Welcome to day 2 of the John McCarthy AI Summer School. Delighted to have everybody back again today. Yesterday we had a fantastic day here covering AI for sustainable agriculture. So we had a really nice mix of academic insights, industry speakers, and we wrapped it up yesterday evening with Professor Dr. Patricia Scanlon, our AI ambassador, who kind of brought it all really well together in terms of the AI Act and the AI Council and how important AI is to the future development of Ireland. So today we're going to be very much focused on AI for sustainable cities and the whole area around carbon footprint, which again will be really, really good. So look, just before we start, just kind of a couple of housekeeping rules just for anybody who wasn't here yesterday. So I'd be like the air host, So the toilets are on the left-hand side here, so just go straight through here. And then the emergency exit is there as well. Hopefully we won't need it. If there's any problems at any stage today, four of us are here from the RDI Hub. So we've Kerry McConnell at the back of the room there. Just give us a wave. Fionnuala O'Callaghan, Senior Operations Manager, and Gerard O'Sullivan, who's our event manager. CTO, yeah. There you go. He's changed his title already. So hopefully everything will run really smoothly. So my commitment to you today, and that's why I'm going to stop talking now and get on to the keynote, is that we'll try and get everybody out by 1 o'clock if possible. But we have a lunch for people here who are on site from 1 to 2. But look, it's a glorious day out there, so we'll try and move as quickly as we can to all the presentations and commitments to get everybody out by 1 o'clock. So to start with, I suppose this morning, I'm really delighted to have, we'll break around 10:45, so for coffee for 15 minutes. So delighted this morning to have Joan Mulvihill, who's the Digitalization and Sustainability Lead at Siemens. And Joan is going to talk about the topic of the art of AI for sustainability for everything. So really, I suppose Joan will be focused around the human in the loop and stuff like that, and really kind of bringing that together. Joan has an unbelievable track record in terms of her work with Siemens. I only found out this morning that she's an IRDG board member, and IRDG were here during the week. And she was former CEO of the Irish Internet Association, where she did amazing work over the years as well. And in her past time, and I know this from being on Facebook with her, she's an amazing painter as well, and really, really good painter. So I'm surprised she hasn't brought some of her art with us. But anyway, I'm sure she'll mention it during the talk. So look, delighted to have Joan here. Joan was presenting in Dublin until late last night and has made the trip all the ways to be here in person in Kerry, which we really, really appreciate. So I'm going to hand over to Joan now for the next 25-30 minutes to talk about AI for sustainable. The art of AI for sustainability for everything. So I already got art in there already anyway, Joan. So
yeah.
Doing well. Thanks.
Thanks, David. Funny you should say that. I was looking at my notes here and I printed this thing off and I looked at what I'd scribbled on the back of it. And it said the rising tide engulfed all homes. And it was for a series of paintings I have just done for something on it. It was about the impact of climate change on human health. And I said, the floodwaters will get you at home before it ever gets to your house. Because the fear of climate change and climate anxiety is far greater almost than the actual immediate threat of it burning down your home. Anyway, that was a series of paintings I did. I do want to talk to you about art, but I do work for Siemens. So I have to give you this first. I asked ChatGPT, what do Siemens do? What does Siemens do using artificial intelligence that will help with sustainability? And you're all smart people and you can look this up yourself. So yeah, Siemens is the oldest technology company in the world. We're 175 years old. And we have always been in the leading edge of the technology of that time. May not have looked 175 years ago like the tech that we're talking about now. But whatever the tech of the time is, Siemens are there. And I think that puts us in a really unique position as the elders in a lot of ways, and a big responsibility. But I still don't want to talk to you about that. There are a million ways that Siemens supports sustainability. And yes, now we will do all of those things that we were already doing, and we may be able to do them better because of artificial intelligence. There's the end. That is the end of my presentation on Siemens AI and sustainability. Because I have another role in Siemens, and that is to be myself and to bring your whole self to work. We talk about that all of the time. And Vinny and I were talking outside about actually all of this comes down to the human. And there's nothing more human than creativity. And that's why I want to talk to you about art. Because I've been at a number of things recently. Dave McWilliams was up in Belfast at an event I was doing up there with Intertrade Ireland. And he said, always follow the artist. The artist always see the future first. You know, in the rebellions, who's always the first one to be arrested? Who's always at the forefront of the rebellions? It's those pesky artists. They always see the future first. Stephen Kinsella spoke in Tullamore at the Accelerate Green conference earlier this year. He said, read the science fiction, the writers, the artists, they always see the future first. So I think it's really important. I don't think as an artist I have any particular wisdom greater than anyone else's, but I do think everybody is innately creative, and we've lost touch with that. So Picasso, to quote one of the great artists, said, computers are useless. They will only ever tell you the answers. Never been more important that we ask the right questions. I was joking with some people at a conference yesterday. We said exams going forward are going to be like Jeopardy, advanced Jeopardy. We will give the student the answer and we will grade you on who can frame the best question that would have given you that as the answer. So maybe that's what we're going to do. Maybe we're going to start challenging people to write better questions. And it struck me, I read a beautiful line by an artist, Catherine Barron. It's well worth having a look at her book. And she has codified creativity. She's put some science into it. And she said, you know, these are the conditions that you need to be creative. But there was a line in it from a psychologist whose name I can't remember because, you know, I'm 50 and I get brain fog. And it said, the creative adult is the child who survives. And I thought that was so poignant and so beautiful. The creative adult is the child who survives. And it's to survive childhood and to reach adulthood while maintaining a sense of playfulness and a sense of curiosity, always asking questions. The children are great at asking questions, and we kind of forget how to ask the right questions or ask the good questions, or we kind of are so focused on being successful as adults and having the right answer. And it struck me, because I've now totally abandoned my presentation, it struck me as interesting that over the last 40 or 50 years, organizations have recognized and rewarded the humans who behave like the best machines, the ones who always have the answers, the ones who are always consistent, or always reliable, who are never late, who are never sick. Meanwhile, we have built technology and machines to behave more like humans. And I'm going, radical thought. Maybe we should try being really good at being humans and let the machines be really good at being machines. So I have 3 questions I always ask clients when I meet them. The first question is, what's your market going to look like 10 years from now? Not your business, your market going to look like 10 years from now. What can your role be in that market? And what capabilities should you start building in your organization now to prepare you for that? And the bit that freaks them out, and even colleagues would say, but Joe, no one knows what 10 years is going to look like. I said, yes, your punch as good as the next person's. You know what they say, if you want it, the people who create the future are the ones who create the future. You know, be the one who creates it. It's the blank page of that is terrifying and frightening for people. And it's the same with sustainability, I guess, too. It's like, it's part of it seems like it's so distant. I think the biggest problem with 2030 is that everyone knows you're going to wake up on the 1st of January in 2031, and it's not going to feel any different than it did on the 31st of December in 2030. So what's the big threat? It never seems so immediate. And 10 years away seems such a long way away. And suddenly now 2030 is only really 6 years away. But it's what your market going to look like 10 years from now. The capabilities part is really interesting because it brings me on to this and why my hunch was right, that creativity is possibly what we need more of. And it's moved up the rankings. I've been following it in the World Economic Forum for the last, I'd say 5 or 6 years, just looking at where creativity was, because it struck me as the thing that was really, really missing. And I was talking yesterday, there's a few women here in the audience, and we all get told about imposter syndrome. I think men get it occasionally too. They might not admit it as much, but we all get this imposter syndrome. I said, yeah, but I don't suffer from it. I am an imposter opportunist. I seek out opportunities to be an imposter because everybody is inside the box trying to think outside the box. Come from a different box. You're definitely not in the same box as those other people. So you get to approach problems from entirely different ways, creative ways. Everybody is creative. But if you seek opportunities to come at things from very, very different perspectives, I think we're going to get more disruptive, successful answers. So one of the things that struck me as well is that we have not failed in addressing climate change for a lack of intelligence. We know what to do. We have failed to address climate change through a lack of will, a lack of creativity, a lack of leadership. It's the human bit that's missing. Not an intelligence that's missing, not an ability to execute that's missing. It's the human bit that we seem to be failing on. So again, it strikes me that the more we, and I've been saying this for, I'd say 4 or 5 years now, it's like the more we algorithmically program, digitalize and automate everything that can be algorithmically programmed and automated, the more human our organizations will become. Because the only thing left for us to do is that which is human. And what is our humanity? What is it to be human? And I think for me, it comes down to it. The more I thought about it, if you look to the earliest, there was a great thing on Noth up in at Newgrange yesterday. It was in the earliest art. To be creative is to be essentially human. That's what sets us apart. To be creative and to have that linked to intention and purpose. Our consciousness makes us human. The creativity with an intention and a purpose. So there's all the clever reasons that, you know, you should be doing creativity because it's going to help you make more money. Well, I mean, quite frankly, that's least of my problems when I'm thinking about sustainability. But I think about artificial intelligence and I'm going, what kind? Or artificial general intelligence, what is that? These are the intelligences. Analytical intelligence, creative intelligence, practical, and wisdom. And we're really good at the ones that we can measure, and we're really good at the ones that we can manage because we like to manage things that we can measure. I have this other theory that I discovered last year wandering around Paris, is that I talked to Paddy O'Reilly and UCC about this. We talked about what we all say what gets measured gets managed. And I'm going, what gets measured gets missed. Because we focus so much on ticking boxes of, you know, I'm going to measure. I was doing a course on portrait of a walk. And I was looking, and I was like doing this lovely painting, and it's like, this is bullshit. This is not the portrait of a walk. This is a moment in the walk. What's the whole walk? What's the whole experience? And the whole experience was more than one moment in it. And then I went to my phone and I realized I'd walked 500,000 steps in Paris in 1 month. I knew where I was every day on every one of those journeys because the photographs were also attached and they were date stamped, so I could put them all together. And then I thought about all these young people taking, I don't know where I'm going with this, taking all these photographs, and they were ticking boxes of the places they had been to. And they were putting themselves in these TikToks in front of these beautiful buildings to say, I've been here. But here was not important. Ticking the box was important. The narcissism, the vanity of putting ourselves in front of beautiful monuments that we should stand in front of and be in awe of. And they were putting themselves in front of it. And they were ticking boxes and saying to their friends, I've been here. What a reason not to get on a flight. What a reason not to drop up your carbon footprint. And then to count your steps. And I'm going, gosh, the greatest portrait of a walk of all time was Ulysses. Imagine how sad it would be if we'd been deprived Ulysses. If we'd reduced it to, and how many steps was that on your Fitbit, Leo? And just destination end point someplace in Dublin. So we lose so much in what we measure. We lose so much in focusing on what we can analyze and judge and compare and all those practical things. I was at a construction industry conference yesterday. I said, I'm talking about this, talking about technology, talking about, I don't know, digital twin. That was what it was yesterday. The reality is, I said, I don't want to talk to people who are in the construction industry because you liked Monopoly when you were younger. I want to talk to people who work in the construction industry who liked building blocks when they were younger, not Monopoly. That's not the end goal. That can't be it. So by all means, as I say, invest in artificial intelligence, invest in digital twin. These things will help us expedite getting to where. There was a thing, Maeve Neesey put it up on LinkedIn this morning, random stuff I read that I'm going to throw into a presentation now. And it was about, one of the universities in the States, maybe it was Harvard or Yale or one of them, and they gave 3 groups of students $5 and they sent them off and told them, come back in 2 hours time who's made the most money. And you've read these stories, you've heard them. But the moral of the story was the students who didn't get caught up by the $5 who actually focused on, oh, I've got this presentation time, we're going to sell that, and then people will pay a fortune to stand. It was Stanford, stand in front of Stanford students. So the moral of the story was, one of them was, don't get distracted by the distraction. There's always going to be a distraction. The technology is amazing, and it's really fancy, and it's really clever, and it's kind of mind-blowing. And maybe we're in an Oppenheimer moment. Quite frankly, I think everyone needs to go and watch that movie for educational purposes on, you are about to unleash technology into the world. Are you ready for the consequences of that? Really funny. I was reading that. I'm sure you've all read it because it's all come up in your feed because everyone knows your phone knows where you are today. So you saw that Wired article that went out yesterday on AI, on OpenAI. And one of the things that they said was, well, we're really cool as an organization with open source and putting it all out there because, there's more good people in the world than there are bad people. And yeah, true, possibly. And then they talked about Dr. Evil, because we all watch the science fiction, and Dr. Evil will come, and it's a James Bond movie, and he'll get hold of the AI. And I'm going, geez. The problem is there are more good people in the world than there are bad people. But the bad people have better marketing. The bad people have better propaganda. More people have been convinced to do bad shit by bad people than have been convinced to do good stuff by good people. There's really good marketing and really good propaganda in the Dr. Evils of this world. So yeah, we're putting all this stuff out into the world and we're doing it in open source. And I actually am sitting here going, I don't know what the answer is. And that, I think, is something we should all get far more comfortable with saying. I don't know. I don't know. It's not black and white. It's not known. And it's, you know what? All the AI in the world doesn't know either. We just know what's right today. And this is this other obsession. I'm like, I love data-driven decision making. It's all about the technology. The data's all there, and it'll crunch it. It'll pull data from everywhere. I'm going, data is true of today and yesterday. Data points in the future. They just don't exist. So we're just going to follow the data. It's going to take us, at best, you can throw in an anomaly there of what if this happens. But it's still based on known stuff. I have a great quote at the end about the unknown. Shall I skip to that and come back? I don't know. I'll get to it. That's the bit about creativity. And then you've got this bit about intention. Intention is a really important part of being human, this consciousness. And I thought about art, and I thought, who are you as kids? Okay, who's ever put their spatter painting on the fridge door as your masterpiece? There you go. My sisters laugh. They say my parents' house is an entire fridge door dedicated to me. My paintings are all over the place. But yeah, so that's your child's masterpiece. But what is the difference between an AI-generated piece of art and your child's masterpiece? Well, your child is actually, experimenting and having play, and the AI thing is there. But it's aesthetically pleasing. But why do we pay so much for Jackson Pollock? Why is a Jackson Pollock worth so much? Why is it worth millions? It's the originality, it's the consciousness, it's the intention. Why did he choose to spatter paintings? What was he trying to say? There was consciousness in that. That is the art. That is the real creativity. It was wanting to say something. And so I think that there is a correlation between a painter and an artist and a manager. Between a painter and a manager and an artist and a leader. Any one of you, any one of us can sit down with paint by numbers and execute. We can learn to paint. The technical skill you can learn to do it. It doesn't take a huge degree of innate talent. Some people are brilliant at it and more adept to it. Their hands just work that way. That's great. You actually paint more with your eyes than you do with your hands anyway. And people can execute on a painting. But what makes an artist an artist? And there are loads of artists who are terrible painters, quite frankly. And there are loads of painters who are terrible artists. Because the difference between an artist and a painter is an artist is the person who has figured out what they've got to say. Painter can paint anything. They're not originating a thought or an idea through it. And the artist is the person who has figured out who they are, what they've got to say. And so as an artist, you have to write your artist statement. Leaders could write their leader statement. Not the bit that you put at the top of your CV or in your LinkedIn profile, but Where do you draw your references and inspirations from? How often do we reveal that bit about ourselves? This is what inspires me. Who puts that at the top of their CV or on their LinkedIn profile? Who puts there, this is where I believe my art, my leadership fits in the genre of leadership styles or organizations that there are now? Do you know who you really are as a leader? Because I think they're the questions that are stopping us from solving sustainability. Not a lack of technology, not a lack of knowing what to do, but a lack of people understanding and being clear about what really inspires them. And actually, in being inspired, what are you prepared to give up, to sacrifice for that? Because that's what leaders do, right? That's what artists do. I have a friend who has been couch surfing, I'd say for a decade, if not longer. We were in UCG together back in the 90s. And she has dedicated her life. Kathy Scott, she does the Trailblazer, if you've ever been one of her events. She's literally sacrificed every normal tick the box thing that we put in our lives. You know, have a roof, a home, to execute on something that is incredibly important to her. She is an artist. She runs live events. She's not a visual artist, but she runs Skull Scorches. She runs online hedge schools to teach Irish language through mythology. She deals with trauma and how much of your Irishness is, you know, wrapped in our history that we carry epigenetically. But it is art, and she has given up so much for that. I think that's what leaders do, and I think that's why we're not solving things like sustainability. Not through a lack of intelligence, not through a lack of technology. So there's this woman, geez, it's where I'd read a book. There was this woman, she's an academic in the UK. She died a couple of years ago. She was a PhD supervisor to a colleague of mine. Her name was Chris Seeley, and she talked about artful knowing. And she asked the question about, where are the creative people in your organization? Oh, I've got 6 minutes. Vinny, I told you I knew what time was. So how am I doing? Okay. So artful knowing I thought was really interesting. She said, where are the creative people in your organization? And the reality is, traditional organizations, they put the creative people, they do entertainment. It's, in other words, you know, we get the creative people in the organization to organize the team away day, or we'll get they're great at organizing events. We'll put the creative people there. And then we formalize it a bit, and we put a lot of creative people in I did my MBS in marketing, in the marketing coloring in department, and we let them run wild with brands and colors and stuff like that and logos. It's all great. And we got the all creative down here. Oh, you're very creative and you want to work in business, you should go into marketing. That's where all the creative people are. Then we let engineers have a crack at it. We let engineers be creative, and that's brilliant, but we had to put the word thinking in there so they could have a sense of rightness every so often, you know, because they can think themselves right. And that's really, really important. And there's a process for that. We want you to really reach into empathy, but the word thinking isn't there. So it's okay. You do not have to go too far into design feeling, just thinking. It's great stuff. And then there's artful knowing. Now, knowing and knowledge are very different. We acquire knowledge. I think knowing is something that rises up inside us. It's the insight bit, that when your brain stops thinking. And all the psychologists say your brain stops thinking when you have an insight. You don't think or find an insight. It finds you almost in the quiet. You have to do all the work first. And then when you stop, and it comes up inside you. And we all have a certain amount of tacit knowledge and knowing. I'm so sorry I missed yesterday. Liam also knows I am a hardcore farmer's daughter. I was in the shop today and I nearly accidentally put milk from a nut or something in my milk. That's not happening. And I'm very committed to sustainability, but milk comes from a cow, and I'll give up milk before I'll drink an alternative to milk. But anyway, farmers have a huge amount of tacit knowledge. I did a lovely painting once called Shouldering, about my dad and men like him. And I said, you know what, we've asked them to shoulder the responsibility of keeping farms in families. We've asked them to shoulder the responsibility in unfinancially viable times to put all their kids through college or whatever, so that they didn't have to stay on the farm. And now we're telling them that they have to shoulder the responsibility for climate change too. That's also their fault. I'm going, we really need to lay off the farmers a little bit. They have a huge amount of tacit knowledge. They get slammed all the time in the media as being the bad guy. No one cares more or knows more and has more knowing. Anyway,
2 minutes because I want to leave time.
we'll power on.
Yeah.
So that's the artful knowing bit. It's all about reaching into the bit that you know. I don't think one is better than the other. I think the two have to coexist. You got to bring your artful knowing and use that to frame the questions to bring into inform the design thinking. So anyway, Kai Kippendorf is doing this talk one day about, I love a 4-box quadrant. It makes you guys feel like I have actually read a book. But anyway, everyone likes 4-box quadrant. And everyone looks at strategies, and we talked about adaptive leadership and adaptive strategies, and everybody wants to do winning moves because they're the things that are easy to do and have a really high impact. No one wants to do crazy ideas, but my question is, if we're going to stop climate change in the next 6 years, we're going to have some crazy ideas because we don't have time for the safe moves. But what I thought was really, because crazy ideas also are where the disruptive things happen. They're really, really nuts stuff, right? And so you've got a choice. You're either going to be disrupted or you're going to disrupt. So I'd rather be in the crazy idea section. But what I thought was really interesting is the crazy idea section also fits the artful knowing section. And I'm thinking, is that a coincidence? Because it's also a coincidence that winning moves and design thinking go together. See how I'm speeding up? Okay, so winning moves and design thinking. So actually that does make sense. Winning moves, design thinking will give you a winning move, and tactics and branding do fit, and entertainment is possibly a freaking waste of time. But anyway, digitalization, adopting technology, I always said there's 3 answers. Faster horses, projects, cars, and why. So you want to adopt new technology in your organization to solve sustainability or whatever, you're going to say, right, okay, we're not going to get disruption through faster horses. You put in technology and all you end up with is a better version of what you've already got. A horse that eats less hay, never gets sick, never gets lame, and doesn't sleep, but it's still a horse. That's not going to solve climate change. That's not going to give us radical difference. So you're going to adopt technology that gives you the car. It's all based, we obviously know, on, you ask the market what they wanted. Yes, we're all there on the same page. Sometimes I jump ahead of myself. Anyway, then there's the option of, well, no, I'm going to get a car because there's no point having a horse if everyone else has got a car. So I'm going to adopt technology, so I got a car. The problem with all of that is the horse is still eating hay, which is probably not good for the environment, and the car is still polluting everything, so that's probably not good for the environment. But the point of all of that is not the literal definition of horses and cars, but it's why. Because cars and horses are still predicated on the need to get from A to B as quickly as possible. Vinny and I said the future of sustainability is all the mobility. And I'm going, but why? Why am I going from A to B? Is there another way of solving the customer's needs without a car or a horse? And I don't mean in that literal sense of mobility. I actually mean it for whatever way we are solving customers' needs, whatever way we are solving human needs. Is there a way of doing it that is entirely different? Is there a way of bringing someone into our organizations or that is so from a different box that we might actually be able to say, but why? And reimagine how everything is constructed to get the kind of seismic change that we need to do. So here was the imagination quote and my final slide with 30 seconds to spare. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited to all we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world and all there ever will be to know and understand. That's where the questions come from imagination. And I think that's where we're going to get to in terms of sustainability, and AI is part of it, but it's just one kind of intelligence, and I'm not really sure that it's the creative intelligence that we need. Ta-da! Is that okay?
Great. Super, John. Really enlightening. So anybody got any questions for John? We have time for one question, either online or in the audience before we move on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Areas or genres of leaders are there, and what do you need in an organization to bring out that creative thinking and move away from being very technical?
That's a great question. And it's a question I got yesterday. They said, somebody said to me, said, Jones, do you think this was construction industry and I work in Siemens, so most of our CEOs are engineers. Did you think engineers make bad CEOs? I said, absolutely not. Everybody is creative. Engineers are creative, but it's organizations protect and have structures that protect people that are like good machines. And we recognize and reward the people who follow the line, and we don't protect the voices of dissent in organizations. We don't, and so what happens is a lot of people will never make it through the system that recognizes and rewards good machines. and it's to find and create cultures in organizations that protects people, that creates a structure or a culture rather that allows people to lead who are coming at things slightly differently. I think anything that's fixed in an organization is goals and targets. I do believe we all have to achieve real goals, real targets, make real difference. But how you approach those, we keep talking about bring your whole self to work. Well, that's more than identifying your pronoun. That is more than saying, oh, you can wear what you want to work. Your whole self to work is all of your talents, all of your creativity, all of your dissent, all of your disagreement, all of your contrariness and difficultness, and all of your out there wildest thing. There was a really interesting thing. Jesus, my references should be better than this. I'm mortified saying this in front of people who actually are on Instagram the other day. But it was this woman. She was a psychologist, and she'd worked in the White House in the Obama administration, and they had two groups of people. Apologies if you saw this yourself. I shared it on my own Insta. She put two groups of people together to do some brainstorming. One group introduced themselves and were told, introduce yourself and tell everybody in the group what you're most proud of and your greatest achievement. And then they asked the other group, they said, introduce yourself and tell people what your greatest weakness is or your greatest failure. So one group, introduce yourself and experience vulnerability, show vulnerability. The other group, show what you're best at. And then they looked at the quality of the brainstorming, the novelty of idea, the level of risk that came from each group. And the vulnerable people way outperformed the proud people. And it's because to bring your whole self, to express vulnerability, not to experience it, but to actually embrace it and express it is very, very empowering. But it means we're going to take more risk. Because what you're saying is, this is the worst of me, judge me. You've already put all your cards on the table. As I said, to practice extreme vulnerability is either an act of the greatest trust, but also the greatest defiance. It's a defiance of a system that says, be brilliant, be right. It's a be bad, be fail, be a failure, be weak, be worried, be unsure. But those people will deliver more change because they have nothing to fear. And the people who start with pride, who lead with pride, who lead with achievement, like not pride, everyone should feel proud of themselves, but who lead with a proud arrogance of their rightness and their achievement. They have to protect that at all costs. And so they don't take the same amount of risks. The creative person, the creative mindset, every time you put something out there, you are exposing yourself to judgment, to failure, to being ridiculed. And I think we need organizations that protect those people so that they can lead.
Great. Listen, thanks, John. Really appreciate it. I think with John, you bring yourself 100% every day to everything you do. So thanks a million. So next up, look, we're going to try and keep as much as we can on schedule. I'm delighted to welcome back Professor Vinnie Cahill. And Vinnie's going to talk about sustainable mobility models for just transition. And I think Joan has probably set you up well there, Vinnie, by saying that the future of sustainability is all about the mobility, which you talked about earlier this morning. As I said yesterday, look, we were delighted to have Vinnie involved in the inaugural John McCarthy Summer School 3 years ago, talking about AI, which was around AI for sustainable cities. So it'll be interesting to see how the research has moved on over the last 3 years and where it's at. And Vinnie's now almost nearly a Kerryman anyway, because he spends about a month down here on holidays each year. So we're claiming him as kind of part Kerry, but I know your roots are really in Dublin. But listen, welcome Vinnie, and delighted, looking forward to your talk over the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure my father would say my roots are in Dublin, but anyway. Well, first of all, thank you for the introduction. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the work we're doing in Trinity around sustainable mobility, essentially. I may even talk about AI, who knows. So to begin with, I want to mention E3, because it's a bit cryptic. E3 stands for Engineering, Environment and Emerging Technologies. It's a Trinity initiative to put sustainability at the heart of our STEM education. Sustainability first view of education in engineering, computer science and natural sciences. In Trinity, natural sciences means botany, zoology, geography and geology. So it's a major initiative to I suppose what we would say is to form climate conscious students who are comfortable working across disciplines as much as they are working within their own discipline. And that all sounds a bit idealistic. So I also like to say that it's about a €500 million business plan. It's a major expansion of student numbers, staffing, and facilities to support that agenda. And facilities include a very cool building, which is designed entirely for teaching. In this model, project-based exploratory work. And just to make that concrete, it's the first teaching building we've ever built that doesn't have a lecture theatre. So it's a radical change to how we're moving. In that context, Summit is an initiative that's looking at sustainable mobility, taking a very multidisciplinary view of issues around sustainable mobility. So I'm here today representing a team of people drawn from a whole bunch of different disciplines right across the college. You're going to hear from my colleague Brian Caulfield next, I think, but it's significant initiative, I would say, and I'm basically going to give you a whistle-stop tour of some of the activities that are going on in this space. I guess we all know mobility is intrinsic to human society. That again is easy to say, right? But when you whittle that down a bit, what I would say is that mobility and the availability of different mobility options are actually decisive, right, in individuals' life choices. They determine where we live, where we work, where our kids go to school, where we're going on holidays, where we're going to put our business, where our markets are. They're personal. It's absolutely, these are personal decisions. Everybody in this room has a different view, I guess, on mobility choices. Probably none of them are the same. And so the human aspect of this is absolute, whoops, wrong way, turn back. Is absolutely intrinsic. And this is what, in some sense, makes it a wicked problem. Finding the common ground, finding the options that people are willing to buy into. That's absolutely crucial. Current models of mobility are failing us across the board in terms of safety, in terms of pollution, in terms of energy, in terms of sustainability. Our current models are failing. And so we need to think about that. What are we going to do about it? One example I often use in the mobility space, the European Court of Auditors, hardcore accountants, took a look at the benefit of the massive public investment that's happening in mobility. Their conclusion was that there is no clear trend towards more sustainable modes of transport. That's about 3 years ago. It's getting a little bit old now. That's a strong statement. Okay, and so again, we've got to think about, how are we going to address that issue, right? From a human perspective. So that's the opportunity, or that's the problem, I suppose. Opportunities abound, right, in this space. There's lots of thinking around, let's say, new service offerings, trends like working from home post-COVID are taking hold. A lot of people talking about, let's say, the sharing economy, for example, in different contexts. More thinking about things like active mobility, obviously electrification, so on and so forth. I'm a computer scientist, so obviously we recognize that there's a whole raft of new and emerging technologies that might be brought to play. Right? And that's all great, and that's probably always been the case, that there are emerging technologies to address problems, but will it make a difference? So what we've seen, a different interpretation of COVID perhaps, but what we've seen in the COVID space is that massive disruption at a societal level can happen, and it can matter, and it can make a change. And actually, maybe more importantly than that, we've all accepted that that's the case. Actually, that things can change. We can think differently about how things work. And so that's the opportunity space for us. So in that context, Summit Project is trying to take another look, I suppose, at how we can bring some cohesion, some coordination to this mobility space, how we can avail of these opportunities, how we can take on board people's needs in considering future mobility systems, and how they can be enabled, in a meaningful way by new technologies and new thinking in that space. That's the ambition, I suppose. Broadly speaking, I suppose we're scientists in large part. Our role, I suppose, is to provide an evidence base, that might inform the design of future mobility systems. Taking a citizen-centric, I probably should have said human-centric view of the world. What people's needs are, what might I do to influence people's behavior in a way that's, excuse me, likely to be meaningful in terms of change. And obviously to try and bring forward some concrete proposals in this space. We think about it in terms of a set of concerns. Concern for the planet, if you like, concern for individuals' access to mobility, concern for communities and the impact of mobility choices on communities, and I suppose the impact on the economy. And again, these are intertwined, interleaved concerns. Right? It's a wicked problem. Can't separate them easily. We think about the research in terms of 4 themes: shared governance, which speaks to, I suppose, how we design, how we make decisions about mobility options, how we engage people in those decisions to address and allay, I suppose, their concerns. We think about it in terms of individual and societal mobility practices, and particularly here, thinking about how people make decisions, the psychology behind that, how we might influence those decisions in the future. Getting a bit more specific, we think about it in terms of travel planning. How do we give people options to make the journeys that they need to make in an integrated and seamless way, right? Respecting their concerns, and their particular individual concerns. And then obviously you've got to think about it from a system optimization point of view in terms of actually delivering systems that provide the quality of service that people expect. Okay, so I'm going to talk about some of the activities that we're engaged in. Just again, whistle-stop tour. The heart of Summit is a collection of PhD projects which are largely philanthropically funded. Right? All of the projects, these are our 4 themes, all of the projects are at the intersection of themes, representing and reflecting the fact that you can't think about these things separately. I'm not going to talk a lot about any particular project, but hopefully you get the idea. So, for example, there's some people looking at the sort of so-called 15-minute city model that has emerged recently. And one way to think about that is that's a question about shared governance, how we organize our cities. But it's also an issue about personal and societal mobility practices, how people will move around in that context. We're looking at, for example, travel planning, for example, again, very much system optimization versus travel planning. How do we give people the experience, the quality of service they need, in an efficient way from a system perspective? And so that's the sort of philosophy, I suppose, behind Summit. Interdisciplinary projects, all of the supervision comes from multiple disciplines, different perspectives, involving supervisors, co-supervisors, and a panel of domain experts, broadly speaking, from different areas. Okay, second thing we do in Summit is what I characterize as innovation and ideation projects, but broadly speaking, working with students, particularly senior undergraduates and master's students, to think differently, to take a look at big questions and bring their own thoughts, their own creativity, their own imagination, to what might be solutions for these problems. Typically, they're in multidisciplinary teams, often in multi-institutional teams, which brings up an interesting dynamic. We ask them big questions. So one of the big questions, I suppose, there's always this tension between private cars and sustainable mobility. Probably public transport or active transport, right? And so people like cars. And if you look at the surveys, people like cars because of convenience, broadly speaking, whatever that means to you. Right? But of course, other modes of transport are much more sustainable. So how do we get the balance? This is the $64 million and more question, right? And I wish I knew the answer. So we asked some students. So Sugar is an international university network run out of Stanford, where teams of students from different institutions come together, and they look at the sort of problems that typically they actually have an industry sponsor, so they're looking for potential startups, I suppose, to come out of this activity. Anyway, some have played the role of customer and asked them, how do we do it? And there's a really interesting dynamic here. Initially, students were saying, cycling's good. We need to make cycling more convenient. And then some of the, sorry, I should have said, students were from Brazil, from Sao Paulo, and from Trinity. But then people said, well, Sao Paulo is pretty hilly, and it could be 40 degrees, so we're not too sure about cycling. Okay, public transport. Let's look at public transport, right? How could we get more people onto public transport? And then people started to say, well, yeah, public transport, not very comfortable. Some places not very safe. Maybe that's not the way. So let's see what they came up with. The CTO is going to take over now.
What is Spot Connect? It combines what's best for you and what's best for the planet, providing a hybrid solution that brings you the comfort and convenience of your car with the eco-friendliness and efficiency of a public transport system. This entirely electric system consists of single capacity spots which connect to spine links, replacing cars used for commuting in and out of cities. But how does it work? Meet Jane. Just like most commuters, Jane has to commute more than 30 minutes every day to go to work. But today is no ordinary day. Today, Jane is using the Spot Connect system. First, Jane chooses her destination using the Spot Connect app, which automatically calculates the optimal route for her. She's then guided step by step on her journey. Following the map, Jane walks to her nearest Spot hub and scans the QR code of her spot to unlock it. Jane now has her very own spot. She then drives her spot to the spine. The spine is a core route in and out of the city, which is serviced by spine links, vehicles which can hold up to 9 spots. On the spine, Jane can relax, read a book, and enjoy the comfort and privacy of her spot. Jane receives a notification when it's time for her to leave the spine. She drives off and returns her spot to a hub and walks to her final destination. Spot Connect is convenient, easy, and the best part is, it produces 0 direct exhaust emissions, helps ease congested roads, and provides commuters like Jane with a sustainable solution that doesn't compromise the safety, comfort, and convenience of their cars. Are you ready to lead the change with us?
Maybe it's a crazy idea, but I think the kind of new thinking here into what is a really hard problem is really interesting. And there are ideas here that I think are really interesting. I mean, disconnecting, if you like, the locomotion, the power source, from the comfort piece. And that's kind of a really interesting idea. But I guess more generally, what we're trying to do is think differently. A team of computer scientists, mechanical engineers. There's a spec behind this, and so that's the kind of thinking that we're trying to bring to the issue. Of course, we engage in sort of more traditional collaborative projects. I'm paranoid because Jones watching, and I have to be on time here. So obviously we engage in collaborative projects, more sort of traditional collaborative projects with wide variety of stakeholders. Addressing topics like the emergence of e-mobility or shared mobility solutions, piloting at a certain level. But I'm going to talk about one particular project that we're doing in this context, which is where there might be some AI, which is a project I'm doing with my colleague Ivana Disbridge, which is a so-called Clearway project. Talk about the future of roads. We're thinking in some sense about how AI might be used to manage roads in a much more efficient way. That's the essence of the project. The title, a little bit long-winded, but Advancing Deep Reinforcement Learning and Swarm Intelligence to Optimize Travel Time Reliability in Mixed Traffic. Fully buzzword compliant. But the essence, I guess, of this is thinking about how AI techniques might be used to manage roads. And of course, for computer scientists, we want to advance the technology, but then looking at the application in a very challenging area, which is management of road traffic. And mixed traffic means automated and human-driven vehicles. So that's a particular challenge. What's possible, again, is the fundamental question that we're looking at. Quick bit of philosophy here underlying the project. People like to talk about autonomous vehicles. Right? Vehicles driven by people are autonomous. Right? They're subject to random, uncoordinated, I like this sentence, potentially competitive and malicious behavior from moment to moment. You have no idea what's going to happen next. Automated vehicles are not autonomous. They're controlled by computers. We get to say what they do. Okay. That's an important observation, right? They're not a one-for-one replacement, right? It's a whole different world potentially. Okay. And the question is, what do we want them to do? Before you can answer the what do we want them to do question, you have to ask the question, what's possible? Okay. So what we're looking at is, how do we design algorithms for optimization of traffic, right, as a function of the increasing levels of sensor data, increasing levels of control that are available. So as we can sense more, as we can control more, right, how can we improve sustainability and acceptability of different transport options? Okay. That's our sort of fundamental research agenda. We're thinking about it in terms of fine-grained traffic management, so much more fine-grained than traffic lights or ramp meters or something like that. We focus on quality of service, travel time reliability, consistency in journey times. Coordination is sort of the critical issue in doing that. Obviously exploiting emerging technologies, but then learning potential traffic strategies from experience, basically. Using a technique called deep reinforcement learning. It's a bit different to most of the sort of machine learning techniques we heard about yesterday. I'm not sure how familiar people are with reinforcement learning, but it's basically the idea of making sequential decisions, of sort of implementing a strategy over time, learned by trial and error, essentially, by interaction with the environment. Okay. Now I'm hurrying up. So basic model is that you have an agent. Interacting with an environment, senses something about the state of the environment, it uses its internal policy to take an action, and it gets rewarded. That allows it to adjust its policy in some sense. Internally, that's typically implemented with a neural network. So the observed state is an input into the network, which has as its output a policy. So distribution over possible actions that we might take, and the reward is used as a learning signal. So to move the network towards essentially giving us an expectation of what happens or what might happen, which is close to what actually happened, essentially. So that's the essential technique that we're using. In our case, we're applying this to the development of traffic managers as agents which can control traffic in a particular area. The essential idea, the swarm intelligence piece comes in at the collaboration between these agents. So they have to coordinate their behavior to get an end-to-end, essentially, desired behavior. From a technology point of view, this is a very challenging application for lots of different reasons, and some of them are related to things like uncertainty, the fact that we can't actually see in minute detail everything that's going on in the world. So we have to be able to reason in the presence of partial information. The world changes, so policy that we learned today mightn't be the right policy for tomorrow. So this issue of non-stationarity, we have to be able to adapt our policies over time, some level of unpredictability, the impact of actions in a particular context. This is again a challenging problem. And broadly speaking, you can't do trial and error with cars on the road. So most of what you do is in a simulation, and so you have to make sure that when you move from a simulated environment to a real environment, policies remain meaningful and safe. So as a sort of challenging research agenda, we abstract, we try to make the problem simpler, as we heard about yesterday. So we think about road space in terms of slots. You can think about this as very hardcore speed harmonization in some sense. It's a simple way to think about it. Just by way of it's a relatively early stage, but just to give you a sense of the kind of way we think about this. Recently, we did some work on motorway on-ramp merging, known to be problematic in terms of sort of congestion, particularly has an impact on the main route flow, typically what they call the capacity drop problem. You could probably lose 5 to 10% of the capacity of the motorway. So we've been looking at how we might address that problem in some recent work. I won't go into detail on the setup, but taking that slot-based approach, the problem in some sense is to select appropriate slots into which to allow cars to merge, and then to find an appropriate trajectory that you can merge into. Just to give you a sense of it, and I emphasize this is a sort of an idealistic scenario in simulation, right? But the first question is, can we come up with reasonable trajectories? And the answer is basically yes. So this is a scenario with an empty motorway. We're looking at how many of the slots we can use. We go up to about 3,800 vehicles per hour, which is the limit of the simulator before its models break down. And at that level, we were using about 60% of the available slots, and it's pretty much linear, which is maybe what you'd expect. These are the trajectories that are generated, so time versus distance, and you can see that they're pretty regular, I suppose. So very little interference on the ramp in that case. And this graph is the average speed and travel time on the ramp. The main takeaway is that we maintain a pretty high speed in that scenario. Empty motorway, easy, right? More interesting thing is obviously what happens in a congested motorway scenario. So this is with something like 20% slot availability on the motorway. Top are motorway slots, motorway vehicles. The bottom are on-ramp vehicles. The big takeaway is there's no impact on the on-road, on-motorway traffic. Those trajectories are essentially unaffected, and the on-ramp vehicles essentially find the gaps in the traffic on the main road. And excuse me, you can see, maybe you can't, but this basically reflects the fact that eventually because of the delay finding an appropriate slot, eventually they have to queue, which again is what you'd expect. I emphasize this is a pretty idealistic scenario, but it's kind of a baseline for where we're going in the future. And in terms of that journey time predictability piece. That's a big focus. That's it, more or less on time. I have to say, obviously, Summit is philanthropically funded. Obviously, there's a lot of collaborators and other funding agencies involved. But I want to call out Eric and Barbara Kinsella for their philanthropic support, which enabled Summit. Thank you very much.
Well done, Vinny. Fascinating as always. We've time for one or two questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at surveys of how people make choices travel, right? The first thing, top of the list, inevitably, right, is the availability of a particular option, right? Something that can get them from A to B. That's a given, right? So, you know, if you don't have a suitable alternative, a large proportion of people have access to a car. So that's kind of number one, particularly in, say, a rural setting, for example. Number two is convenience, usually. Right? Number three is usually speed. Okay. So cars have lots of nice properties. Speed isn't necessarily one of them. Actually, right? Obviously depends on the journey, but you know, comfortable, pure. Listen to the radio. Nobody sitting on top of you. Place to store your golf clubs. So all of these things are important concerns for people. We were talking to somebody about shared mobility, and the guy asked me, where am I going to store my golf clubs? So you know, it is personal, right? So I think those are important factors, right? And so that question of how you give people that quality of service, right, in a more sustainable way, I really do think that's at the root of all of this, because there will be significant resistance to moving away, and we're seeing that from private cars.
Any other further questions before we move on? I'm happy enough. Yeah, one last question back there. Yeah.
Feel free to defer this meeting. Sure. In regards to tax incentives, I remember there was a lot of discussion around this, and I think there was some rationale spun out that if public transport was made free, let's say for commuters, that they would take the bus instead of walking. And as a commuter myself, I live in Kildare, going out to Dublin, I find it much more convenient taking than driving. And I find it kind of bonkers because I live in Sallins, and people drive from Newbridge to Sallins, because Sallins to Houston, it's 370 one way. Newbridge to Sallins is 820. And so bring around the point, I'm just not really understanding why public transport is free for commuters, not like corporate Dublin.
Okay, so I'm a scientist and not a politician, right? First of all. So that's point number one. Point number two is ask Brian when he comes on, because I think he'll give you an answer to that, I suspect. But I mean, my perspective, I suppose, on that, I don't drive. I use public transportation. Right? Okay, I cheat a bit because my wife drives. Okay. You know, so but what seems to be the case, right, is that, and we've looked at some data on this, that cost isn't a major factor, right, in these decisions. I mean, it's obviously depends on who you are and your means and so on and so forth, right? But you're looking at trying to persuade people who have spent 50 or 60K on an SUV sunk cost to move to the bus. You know? And that's not going to be the decisive factor for them. All of those other factors, you know, weigh on that. Okay? And I think that's a big issue. That said, I mean, there are lots of discrepancies, right, in pricing policies and things like that, and it could be a lot more seamless. Sure.
Great. So that'll be a coffee break discussion later on. Listen, thanks again, Vinny. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Brian, can you hear us okay? Brian Coffin, Insurance College Dublin. Yeah, there you are.
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Super. So look, the power of hybrid events and technology. So the next two sessions, we're going to be moving to Dublin with Brian, and then we're going to be moving to Normandy in France for the poll test discussion. So, Brian, I'm sure you heard the last of Vinny's presentation there. He mentioned your name quite a bit in terms of some of the areas you're going to focus on. But Professor Brian Coffell is going to talk about using AI to profile EV adoption. So I think it's interesting, very interesting research around electronic mobility is critical to reducing emissions from transport and dependency on internal combustion engine vehicles. Vinny talked a little bit about that as well. Brian's study attempts to model the readiness for electronic vehicle adoption among the urban population in Dublin, based on social demographic and access to driveways for installing charging infrastructure. It's a novel approach using geospatial techniques, has been developed to detect driveways from multi-spatial remote sensing information. So the region is categorized based on the feasibility of EV adoption using hierarchical cluster analysis. So really looking forward to this. I heard you on News Talk during the week, Brian, talking a little bit about this as well. And Brian is brought to us he's involved with the Adapt Research Centre in Trinity College Dublin, and Declan McKibben's team, who are a sponsor of the event. So over to you, Brian, and we've got about 15-20 minutes to go through your presentation. Thank you.
Super. Thanks very much, Liam. And first of all, I'm very sorry I can't make it to the conference down in Kerry today. We have our own conference running here in Trinity on cycling, and also as one of the things I've written there on the first slide, and the head of department, and we have our external examiner in looking at our MSCs at the moment. But anyway, so I'm going to talk about EV profiling neighbourhoods, but there's a bit of at the start just about the climate situation and where we are in terms of transport, given the theme of the conference. And just to maybe to answer the last question, Vinny, I think you did a great job at answering it. But the science basically shows around free public transport. We can give bad public transport for free and nobody's going to use it, and that's what the science says. Anyway, so where we currently are in terms of transport emissions in Ireland, they make up about just over 19% of our total greenhouse gas emissions, and this was up 6% on last year's on 2021, and this is mainly because of a rebound from COVID. We were meant to decrease our emissions by 7% in transport last year if we want to stay in line with our carbon budgets and all the carbon accounting that's done. So we're way off track. 95% of these emissions come from road-based transport. In 2022, 69% of our trips were taken by car. It was 70% a decade ago. 1% over a decade is a very, very poor performance in terms of changing modal share. In rural Ireland, I hear a lot of people saying that there isn't a rural-urban problem in terms of climate, or maybe other sectors there are, but there definitely is in transport. 38% of people in rural Ireland are a 50-minute walk from a shop. This increases to about 98% when you look at our cities. So there is definitely a problem in this, and we need to be clever in the ways in which we change this. Congestion in our cities is back to pre-COVID at record high levels. So we are in trouble. The government plan, government policy is currently to reduce our emissions in transport by 50%. And then how do we do that? So I'm going to talk through some of the ways in which are designed to do it, and then finally talk about the main policy, which is the electrification. This is a slide I use a lot in terms of transport. It's a space problem. It's not a transport problem. We don't have the space. We don't have the space for private vehicles. We don't have the space for autonomous vehicles. We don't have road space in our cities for any of these things because our populations are increasing. More and more space in our cities is going to be given over to the public realm. So the only real viable options are active modes and public transport. You can stick bells and whistles onto it and in terms of different technologies, but that's the crux of it. And this is that there's no city in the world that has managed to do sustainable transport without this. So how do we reduce our emissions? This is government policy. This is not me pontificating. Reduce vehicle kilometers by 20%. These are all by the end of the decade. A 50% reduction in fuel consumption by the end of the decade. A 50% increase in active travel trips. 130% increase in public transport trips, and sell 1 million electric vehicles by the end of the decade. A lot of this will be very, very, very difficult to do. No other country in the world has managed to do so much in so little space of time. But the reason we're doing this is because we've had we've invested in public transport for so little over the decades. So this is the policy. So this is kind of taken, this is government policy again, and it's taken from the OECD, and they developed this tool. So the OECD did a fantastic review of transport in Ireland last year. I was part of the stakeholders that were helping the OECD with this review. And the three things that they say are avoid, shift, improve. And so avoid basically is reducing the need for travel in the first place. Shift is to improve to more environmentally friendly modes of transport. And then improve is by using more electric technology, electrify our vehicles and use biofuels and electrify freight as well where possible. So when you look at the targets in the Climate Action Plan, what have they set aside for each of these in terms of our target? So 21% of our target is based around reducing the need to travel in the first place. Working from home has a part to play in this, but recent research that we published has shown that this is starting to wane, and the benefits of working from home into the future will dissipate because people working from home take a much higher percentage of shorter trips, which have higher emissions profiles. The shifting onto public transport and active modes is 21%. And then finally, 58% of our targets in climate in transport are related to electrification, and about over 50% of that is based upon us selling 1 million electric vehicles by the end of the decade. So to get into the data, so transport modelling is what I do in the civil engineering department here in Trinity. So this is a heat map of traffic for Dublin inside of the M50. We've great data on traffic. We've got multiple sensors around, and we can get anything that we have information on, we're able to solve. And I suppose, our problems that we would have looked at the past were to try and reduce congestion and how we do that, how we make better public transport. If we design a metro line, a Lewis line, not only in Dublin, anywhere in the country, we have this type of data that we can use. But the type of data that we have is limited for many of the kind of contemporary problems that we have in transport. And the mission at the moment in transport for government policy across the world is not reducing congestion. It is reducing emissions as quickly as possible. As I say, here in Dublin, we're about to get, and I'm sure in Kerry as well, a record temperature in September. Again, this is the data that I would use. This is part of the Greater Dublin Area Transport Model. So the country is split by the National Transport Authority into different regions. It's the eastern region that I would do a lot of my modelling with, but if anyone's interested in modelling any other parts of the country, they have very dense networks of public transport, road use and data on how people get around for the whole country. So it's a fantastic tool if anybody ever wants to get to use it, and feel free to contact me. I can put you in contact with the people in the NTA. So this is the type of data typically that I would use. Again, great for looking at public transport projects, roads projects, those types of things. It's fantastic and has served us well for decades. But we need to start to think a little bit differently about it. We're not building any more roads. That's not going to be a thing to get us out of congestion. As part of the Climate Action Plan, if a transport project or any project doesn't pass a couple of climate criteria, it won't happen. So the bypass in Galway is an example of that, and many of the other motorway projects around the country could be examples of that too. Again, the type of data that I would use is using sensors. So this is pedestrian volumes across the city, across Dublin. And this type of data is great. I've used it to look at exposure to air quality issues, to look at demand. I have a student at the moment, and she's looking at it pre and post pedestrianisation of different streets here in Dublin. So all of this data is great, but as I said, there are problems that we need to solve now that we just don't have the adequate data for. So to get on to the main purpose of the talk is to talk about the electric cars, and I do have a big problem with this. I think we have fundamentally, I suppose, maybe personally, and also I think from a science perspective, that why on earth would we change an inefficient mode of transport, not in terms of travel time or how we get places, but in terms of the carbon that's embedded into it, the problems it results with in terms of air quality and congestion and all these kind of things. Why would we swap out one technology for another? Anyway, it's government policy, we're doing it. So Ireland over the past few years has been slow in terms of electric vehicle sales. We've not matched the ambition that's required. In Ireland, we sell about 100,000 vehicles per year. Unless we stop selling anything now that doesn't have a plug attached to it, we will miss our target in 2030 by a country mile. EVs get very generous subsidies. Based upon the current subsidies they get, it could cost maybe €5 billion to have this EV ambition that we have. And if that's what we want to do, that's what we want to do. But it's very expensive. It doesn't get rid of air quality problems. And speaking to colleagues here in psychology and Trinity, or people from that work in ethics, will tell you all about the ethical issues in terms of electric vehicles, and then also the life cycle cost of them. I say all of this, I have an electric car. Cars are part of the solution, so I won't be anti-car. We're betting that the motor industry, the very reliable motor industry, are going to reach a price parity between an ICE vehicle and an electric vehicle. There's no evidence of that happening yet. In the Greater Dublin area, about 44% of households have a driveway. And this is the key thing. So this was a piece of data taken from a survey, and it was of the whole Greater Dublin area, so Dublin, Kildare, Wicklow and Meath. So we need to drill down into that figure. So we need to start to think about where people are going to charge these vehicles and if people are going to be able to adapt to them. So this is one of the first studies that we did, and this was funded by Terrain AI, and I know the guys from Terrain AI are in the audience, and again, I'm sorry I can't be there, but this was looking at optimal locations for community electric vehicle charging using traditional data sets. And there's a lot we can do with the traditional data sets that are there. That QR code will get you to the paper if you're interested. So using geospatial analysis, we're able to look at certain factors, and these are the kind of main ones that we looked at within this paper. The first one was, what was the location of residential households and apartments, because we know they're going to have a difficulty in charging overnight. Then, using open source data, we were able to find out where all the car parks, private or public car parks across the city. And then we were able to look at the street lighting. Again, across the county, we were able to find out where these are. These street poles can be used, or used in London and many other cities, for people that don't have access to a driveway to be able to plug in. The load that's able to be delivered to the electric vehicle is relatively small, so it's a kind of an overnight charge. But this is definitely one of the solutions that we could do, and we could start to retrofit existing infrastructure rather than going off and building the new shiny thing with glass and steel. Let's kind of use what we have. And then some of the things that we're able to do, again, with the existing data, we're able to see, you know, how many people are within a 5-minute walk or a 5-minute cycle of the proposed locations that we looked at. So then we'll be able to work out what the populations will be that will be able to charge using these chargers. Not all of them are very fast chargers. Most of them are going to be done overnight. And that's the kind of one of the key things about electric vehicles, and the balance on our electric grid is that they should be used when renewables are plentiful, and renewables are often plentiful during the nighttime when we're not using electricity domestically or industrially, or much in terms of industry. So that's when we get the zero emissions, because other than that, you know, I've heard it said many times before, what's the point in a coal-fired or coal-powered Tesla? Very little. So that people can walk or cycle to these, go home, leave their car there, come back the next day and be able to move on. So this is the type of data that we use. The policy that came from this, it's been used by Dublin City Council. They're about to put out a tender. I can't remember the last. Every time I talk to them, the number increases, but it's definitely into the hundreds or even thousands of public charging points that are about to be tendered for in the capital. And again, this methodology could be used anywhere across the country or even internationally as well. The second paper, again, using existing technologies, and this kind of looks towards, I suppose, the equity impacts of electrification of these vehicles. And this was done with colleagues of mine in Queen's in Belfast. And we looked at the government subsidies, and we looked to see where people were getting subsidies for these vehicles. The first map there with the dots shows domestic charging locations. So this is data that we got from SEAI. And then the second map there is a map of Ireland where you're looking at deprivation index. The areas in yellow are the areas that are more affluent. I'm sure Tim and Rowan, or if they're in the audience, are squirming looking at these really awful maps. But from a civil engineering department, this is the best we do. But this, when you zoom in, you can see that the more affluent parts of Dublin County, you can see that there's a higher concentration of domestic electric car sales. So this shows us the trend. Again, all of this is existing data. So selling 1 million electric vehicles by 2030, I think, is a mission impossible, primarily because of this domestic charging issue. And we need solutions, and we need to find out where we can start to hone in and find the people that could switch over and maybe incentivize them better. In terms of sales, where are we with electric vehicles? So the hybrids are hybrids, and I won't say anything more than that. But the yellow line there is the line for the percentage of, the numbers of purely battery electric vehicles that we've sold over the past decade. That yellow line needs to be almost 80% of everything by the end of 2030. And you know, it might be possible, but that's where we are. And I'm going to, but the thing that goes against us for electric vehicle sales is every 5 of these we sell, every 5 of these SUVs we sell, it knocks out the benefit of an electric car straight away because of the higher emissions profile, but I'll stay away from SUVs. So looking at the research that we did, what are the key enablers? Income. People that have higher incomes buy new cars. That's not rocket science. People with higher incomes can afford to buy electric cars given the higher price of them. Early adopters, people that like technology, they buy electric cars. Having a driveway is one of the key enablers because 80% of all EV charging in Ireland happens at home. And we will get to a point soon that we will reach a plateau of the people that can afford, want to be an early adopter, are minded to buy one of these and have a driveway. That plateau is starting to happen. The increase in sales isn't happening as quickly as it was. So in terms of the research, what we did was, this was part of Terrain AI, and I think Rowan is going to talk about this. Terrain AI is an amazing project, brings together fantastic minds from across the country, using amazing data to get really nuanced policy insights using this data, and it's just fantastic, and there's a great team in it. But in collaboration with my colleagues at Maynooth, what we did was we used aerial imagery to study the area. So basically what we wanted to do was get much better data on how many people in a particular part of Dublin had a driveway. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but following this this flow chart, we use aerial imagery to find out where these driveways were. We're able to get a percentage of driveways per electoral district or per small area population, and coupling that then with the data that we would use in terms of demographics and income, etc., we're able to then profile neighbourhoods to say, well, these neighbourhoods could actually adapt to an electric vehicle pretty readily. So using this flow. So this paper is currently under review in the Journal of Transport Geography. Again, this was most of this work was done by my colleagues in Maynooth, but it takes together all of the different data sets that were put together, and you can see the kind of rule-based rules that we went through to find out whether or not something was a driveway or it was a back garden or what it was. The images are much better for this. So here you can see.
Brian, you've got about 2 minutes.
Yeah. I'm coming towards the end. So here you can see the different plots of land that are allocated to the different houses. And then in the second diagram here, you can see the red areas, and these red areas then basically are related to these are driveways. So we're able to profile these. I'll go through these pretty quickly. So the area that we scanned was in Shakur, and you can see the red square there is the neighborhood that I'm going to pop up. Again, you can see where the households were put up and where how many of these then had driveways. And then this last slide here shows the percentages of driveways, or the numbers of driveways, the number of households that we predict have a driveway and don't have a driveway. So without AI and without Terrain AI and without Microsoft generously sponsoring us with Science Foundation Ireland, we would have none of this data, and we wouldn't be able to profile these neighbourhoods, and we wouldn't be able to see, well, 1 million electric cars, this broad brush policy, you know, how is it possible? What are the capacities, and can people do this? And that's what that's the beauty of the data that we were able to take from the work that we did using AI. This then shows the areas using both sets of data, who could be early adopters, who would need infrastructure with support, and then who would adopt at a later stage. And we were able to get the numbers. So in the very dark green areas, these are the people that could adapt to or switch over to an electric car more or less straight away without any additional support. And if we can escalate this, and if we can do this right across the country, then we have a very, very powerful tool that can inform policy, measure progress, and really make an impact. So to conclude, transport modelling requires a vast amount of data, and the challenges that we had in the past are very different, and the type of data that we need now is completely different. With the resources that we have to decarbonize the transport sector, they're limited, and in the time frame that we need to do this, we need tools that are better, and they can reach these policy decisions much quicker. The work that's been concluded in the Terrain AI project shows how AI can expedite robust science, and it can monitor these interventions and help us decarbonize all sectors. And this is just a snapshot of what we did in transport, but how we can do it across all sectors. And the tool is just so powerful and enables us to, the key thing I think is that it enables us to monitor progress, and we don't have time to slip. We don't have another decade to decrease car usage by just 1%. And again, Liam, I hope I'm on time, and thank you very much.
No, that was excellent, Brian. Really, really appreciate it. I think some great insights, and I think some of the conclusions you've made there around the targets are spot on. So really, really well done. We've time for one question if there's a really pressing question. If not, we'll move quickly along. Brian's details are on the screen there anyway, and I have Brian's contact details if anybody wants to get in contact. And obviously, you know, Professor Vinny Cahill works very closely with Professor Brian Caulfield as well. If there's any questions, we can take at the coffee breaks. But listen, Brian, really appreciate it. I know you're really busy with being head of school and all the different reviews that are happening. So really appreciate you coming on here and taking the time and great insights. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
So we're going to move from Dublin to Normandy in France now, because one of the things we promised you over the 2 days is that we would bring a kind of an international perspective. So we're delighted now to have Benjamin Cheroux, who's the head of European projects in Poltez in France and Normandy. And Benjamin's going to talk about the French AI for Sustainability story. This talk will aim at showing how France is using AI to work on sustainability issues, not only in terms of environmental preservation, but also economic and social development, and how has it impacted public policy. So I've seen Benjamin's slide deck, and he talks a lot about examples from agri-tech, environmental, smart territory. So that's going to be really, really good. And I suppose just to give you some context, Poltez is a partner working with the RDI Hub on a couple of very interesting European projects. We just got funded there recently for a digital innovation and blue economy and social tourism, which is all about supporting 100 SMEs across Europe in coastal regions to digitalise their solutions. So Poltez has been a fantastic partner and working really, really well. So bonjour, Benjamin, welcome. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Hi, everyone.
Well done. And congratulations on your win last night. You know, it was fantastic. If we weren't from Ireland, we would have been delighted for France to win. I thought you'd be coming on here with a French jersey, but we'll get you back in the rugby in a couple of weeks' time. All right.
I hope not, but okay, we'll see.
All right, so welcome, Benjamin. And look, we've got about 20 minutes for your presentation, so I'll hand over to you. So welcome again.
Thanks, Liam. So hi everyone. My name is Benjamin, and as Liam said, I am head for European projects at Poltes, which is a cluster on digital technologies based in France and in Normandy. So thanks again, RDI Hub, for inviting me to talk today about the way France is using AI as a means for more sustainability. So as you can see, I hope, yeah. As you can see, the idea this morning is to very briefly introduce you our cluster, then give you a bit of context on the French strategy, public policies and funding schemes that have been implemented in the last 5 or 6 years by the French government. And then a few concrete examples of French projects that are using AI for a more sustainable world, like Liam said a few minutes ago. And then finally, I'll tell you a bit of how we at Poltes are working on this topic. So first, who we are. Poltes is a cluster based in Normandy, working on digital technologies, as I said. These technologies, we apply them to different sectors that you can see here. So there's agriculture, cultural and creative industries. So these concern things such as education, tourism, sports, video games, etc. The health sector, the industry and supply chain, and finally smart territories. And the main digital technologies that we use in regards to these sectors are cybersecurity, artificial intelligence and big data, networks and infrastructure such as 5G, for example, VR and AR, software and hardware, and photonics and quantum technologies. So our main goal with these technologies is to support projects applied to the sectors I just mentioned to solve big societal transitions that we face right now. So for example, climate change, the aging population, promoting a more inclusive society, and so on. But this is quite a new thing for us because we were before just focused on digital technologies, and these were applied to all types of projects. But this is a direction that we started to take 2 years ago because we think that it's very important for us, and it's also very important for our members. So today we have about 170 members, which are mainly companies. So we have any type of company ranging from small companies, startups, to corporations. We also have universities and their research labs, and cities and territories. And then you have a few numbers that are maybe not that interesting for you, but they show that Normandy is quite a dynamic region for innovative projects. And I'll tell you a bit at the end about what we do in Normandy with AI and sustainability. So now a bit of context for France. So since 2017, we have started a reflection on AI in France, which led to a national strategic plan that was included in the France 2030 plan. The France 2030 plan is a huge investment plan of about 55 billion euros, which aims at helping us catch up with our competition in certain industries. It also aims at investing in sustainability projects and involve France deeper in fields such as quantum technologies, digital technologies, space, etc. So the strategic plan for artificial intelligence, which is including in this wider plan, is working in 2 phases. So the first one is finished. It finished last year, I think. And this first step was to make France one of the world leaders on artificial intelligence research and development by enabling the creation of interdisciplinary institutes, investment in infrastructure. So we invested a lot in high-powered computing, for example, investing a lot in doctoral programs as well, etc. And the second step that started this year is to increase the number of talents who study in the field of AI and have them stay in France to increase our research potential and economic development potential. And we have determined 4 priority areas to work for artificial intelligence to work on. So there's embedded artificial intelligence, trustworthy AI that complies with the high standards of transparency and confidentiality. AI at the service of the environmental transition, which is what's most interesting for us this morning. And finally, generative AI and giant language models. So to summarize this plan, artificial intelligence has been identified as one of the tools by the French government to lead us to a more sustainable development. And the government has therefore implemented several financial programs to fund projects that can help us reach that objective. So you can see a few examples here of agencies that are funding projects in France. And this is obviously not an exhaustive list, but it can give you an idea of all the areas that are covered. So for example, public research centers are funded by the National Research Agency. Cities are funded by La Banque des Territoires. Companies will be more funded by the French Development Agency and ERDF through regional authorities, etc. One of the things that I find interesting is that these French agencies that I just mentioned are funding innovative projects around AI and sustainability, as I said, but they are also developing and using their own tools as well. For example, the Agence Française de Développement, which is a national agency aiming at fighting poverty in the world and promoting sustainable development, has developed its own AI tool called Prospector ODD, which we could translate to Sustainable Development Objectives Prospector. And the aim of this tool is to use artificial intelligence to map the alignment of public development banks with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. So all these institutions make up for about 10% of investment in the world each year. But their aim, of course, as public development banks is not to get a financial return on their investment, but rather to help develop health, education or environmental projects in areas that need them. And they analyze their results using the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, but all of them use different and very subjective criteria, and their results can be considered biased by some. So this French agency developed Prospector ODD as a tool to quantify the importance of each sustainable development goal for each of these banks and the results they reach through their investments for each of these goals as well per year. So this is quite an interesting example. And there is another one which I'll go in less detail, Prio Reno, which is developed by another national institution called La Banque des Territoires, which is the one funding cities and territories. And the idea here is to help local authorities with the thermal renovation of their buildings. And this is an interesting example as well, because this national institution to develop the tool has been working with French corporations, such as gas providers and electrical providers, to develop it. So now a few concrete French examples of projects that have been funding through the programs that I mentioned. So for agriculture, for example, we have 5 examples of projects that I won't go into detail right now because we don't have the time. But for the last 2 are examples that we have supported through Pôle Test because they are members of our cluster. So there is the PhotoDiag from Advanciel, which is a company working on digital tech in agriculture, and they have developed an application using artificial intelligence that can diagnose illnesses for plants through photo recognition. And La Ferme Digital, which is another one of our members, which is a farm, an experimental farm based in Normandy, which is promoting digital innovation for a more sustainable agriculture, and which has been funded to use artificial intelligence in the tools that they are promoting, and this digital farm is welcoming public and the wide public, families and all of that, and they are promoting these tools to acculturate people to how digital tech can help for a more sustainable future. Regarding environment, we also have a few projects that have been funded by French agencies. These are mostly research projects from public laboratories such as INRAE, which is a National Institute for Research on Agriculture, Food and Environment. And they are working on the simulation of the way that glaciers are going to be in the next few years because of climate change, and how this can affect each region at their own scale. The ADEME, which is a French agency funding projects for the environment, has also launched a call specifically to fund AI projects to help reduce carbon emissions in the industrial sector. And this is something that at our cluster we are very much looking at answering, because we have a few members that can help with that issue. Regarding smart territories, a few examples as well. Some of them also have been supported from our cluster. By our cluster, sorry. Cooping, for example, which is one of our members who developed an AI to optimize waste collection centers. Delibia, which is another one of our members who designed an AI to help cities with public decision making. And there's the France Travel Tech Initiative, which we will be leading with another cluster in France, one from the Paris region. And the idea there is to promote more sustainable ways of travel, and promote digital tools and digital applications that can be used to professionals of the sector for these more sustainable ways of traveling. And of course, artificial intelligence will be a big part of that work. As I said, the Banque des Territoires is funding projects by smart territories, and you have a few examples here of big cities that have developed tools using AI to help either reduce waste or reduce energy consumption. For example, the city of Metz in the east of France has designed an application to help detect and count waste in the city based on videos that they take from public cameras. Noisy-le-Grand, which is a city around Paris, is monitoring public building energy consumption to reduce this consumption, of course. So yeah, these are examples that are of projects that are funded by the government right now. And finally, regarding sustainable digital techs, the plan that I mentioned at the beginning on AI and on the development of AI planned the investment on the creation of organization for more sustainable digital technologies. And so one of the institutes that have been created in the last few years is the Institute on Sustainable Digital Technologies, which is aiming at providing kind of a think tank to reflect on the three key challenges that we've determined in France, which are, the same, I guess, that everywhere else regarding digital sustainability. So you have the reduction of the digital footprint, the ability of digital technologies to help us reduce our footprint, and the creation of more sustainable and more responsible projects when we try to innovate. So what do we do now at Poltes regarding this this topic? So we have identified sustainable digital text as well as a major challenge in order to ensure the sustainability of the digital innovation we support. Obviously, right now most of the projects we support include either big data or artificial intelligence. So this is a big problem for us, and it's a growing one because we support more and more projects on this with this technology. As you saw at the beginning, we've supported 143 projects last year, so this is quite a lot. And this means that we are currently working on developing our skills to assess the environmental impact. So either through carbon emissions or the use of natural resources, the recyclability of the tools that we use as well for each project we support, but also their viability in terms of energy dependence and their compliance with ethical rules as well, and social and societal responsibility. So we've come up with a list of actions that we carry out for each project we support since the beginning of this year. So the first one is to engage the company around the issue to assess their level of maturity on the topic and identify existing or future solutions that will enable them to reduce their impact and energy dependence. So, for example, when we are working on artificial intelligence projects that are using IoT tools, for example, we try and see if these IoT tools cannot be recycled ones. All projects that we support also have to justify their environmental, societal, social, and economic impacts. And we will try and regularly update evaluation guidelines on the impact of each technology that we support that you saw at the beginning, and now we can use them more sustainably. We are also the lead partner for the European Digital Innovation Hub in Normandy, which is called Dynamo, and which is dedicated to sustainable and connected and sustainable mobility. And one of the main areas that we work on in Normandy, because of our regional the way we are innovating in the region, is the deployment of automated vehicles. And we consider that it comes with great uncertainty because although it can seem like a good idea, studies go either way, saying that it will help reduce emissions, help reduce crashes, or that it will increase them. But we consider this innovation as inevitable now, so we decided to work on automated vehicles anyway and try to come up with solutions that will help make them more sustainable and therefore reduce crashes, increase fuel efficiency, reduce parking demand, improve ease congestion. So yeah, all the benefits that you can think of with these types of vehicles. Yeah, so obviously this is not an exhaustive presentation of what we do in France and what we do at Poltes, but it was just to give you a broad idea of the way we see things in France and how we tend to work on these types of projects, which types of projects we want to support. And yeah, I hope that was clear and understandable.
Great, well done. Thanks, Benjamin.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Benjamin. Some really good insights. I suppose, look, what we really wanted to achieve from that session was kind of bring, I suppose, for Ireland Inc., really bring a bit of outside thinking of, you know, what France is doing and, hopefully it shows that, look, we're not that far behind the curve in Ireland. We're doing a lot of this stuff already, and maybe there was something there from France that you see that you kind of go, maybe we can move on with. So really appreciate it, Benjamin. And look, I know you'll be in Ireland. You'll be hopefully here in Kerry in October for our digital innovation project. So looking forward to meeting you face to face and giving you a good Kerry welcome. But thanks again for joining us today. Really appreciate it. So look, in the interest of time now, we're gonna break for a coffee break and a stretch for about 10 minutes. So there's teasing for people that are here on site. There's teas and coffees outside. For people that are online, hopefully you'll come back in 10 minutes. I've got a real treat with Tim McCarthy is here from Maynooth University, and Russell Kane is here as well from, I often say Queen's University, but he's Microsoft Academic Engagement Manager now, and they'll be talking about the Train AI project that's been referenced a few times this morning as well. So let's take a 10-minute break.
That's okay, so.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, welcome back everyone after our break. So look, my commitment to you is we'll try and finish as close as we can to 1 o'clock over the next 2 hours. So that's why I've been kind of rushing people back. I know there was great conversations happening out there, and it was kind of a pity to break them up, but hopefully we can start those conversations again in one for over lunch. So look, I'm delighted to have the next section and delighted to welcome Russell Kane, who's the academic engagement manager for Microsoft, working with the different universities. I would have known Russell from my own time at Microsoft, working when he had his role in Queen's University. So he's done an amazing work connecting with industry and with and academics right around the country and stuff like that. And then Russell will introduce Tim McCarthy from Maynooth University, who's going to talk about the Terrain AI project that's been mentioned quite a bit this morning. So it's been teed up nicely for you there, Tim, over the last couple of presentations from Professor Vinny Cahill and Professor Brian Coughlin. But without any further ado, welcome to Russell. And Microsoft, as everyone knows, is kind of one of the founder sponsors of the AI Summer School. It was their idea back in the day with Dr. Kevin Marshall to have the AI Summer School for John McCarthy. So welcome, Russell.
Many thanks, Liam. As Liam has said, I'm the University Engagement Lead for Microsoft in Ireland, right across the entire island. And I'm delighted to be able to talk about Terrain AI today and introduce Terrain AI. This is actually the biggest research partnership which Microsoft Ireland has undertaken. And it's something that has been so successful. And it has a big impact in terms of not just in Microsoft Ireland, but Microsoft globally has recognized the impact that it's had. And it was great to hear Finny and also Brian mention it today. I do want to particularly call out Rowan, who's unfortunately not able to be here with us today, but Tim is here today, and delighted for the partnership we have had with them and the amount of collaboration that we have done with them over the past 3 years. And hopefully as we move forward with the project and how it has really started to have such an impact. So without any further ado, I'll bring Tim.
Thanks, Liam, and thanks, Russell. We've jumped straight in, folks. A little clicker.
Yeah, the middle one there, yeah. Oh, the white one, yeah. It takes a while to sink in sometimes. There you go.
Excellent. Okay. Go back on that. Right. Excellent. Okay. Terrain AI. Tim McCarthy, Rowan Finny should be here. He's basically the front of house person. I'm like a cooker chef in the background. We'll talk about Terrain AI. I quickly say just about Microsoft. It's been incredibly important for us to have Microsoft involved. It's not just on the funding side, but essentially the resources that we're able to tap into, planetary computer farm vibes. But it doesn't stop there. We're able to talk directly to teams in terms of expertise, experience in Seattle, South America, and in Europe, dealing with innovation, coming into sustainability, the research thing, and cloud. We can take those for granted, but we've got a much broader array of resources there. And to give you kind of a rough idea, we're probably in touch working with them every other day. So it's not a case of getting funding and saying, good luck, guys, we'll see you in a year. These interactions are on kind of like almost a daily basis. Terrain AI then, the context, if we look at this, it's all about sustainability. And just to kind of to tee this one up, I know Brian Caulfield spoke about Terrain AI this morning. If we had a factory and we were trying to figure out environmental issues, emissions, and so on, it's not totally trivial, but it's probably more trivial than what we're trying to do here with Terrain AI, in that you've got a fixed building, you've probably got stuff coming in one door, stuff going out the other door, and you can put, metrics on raw materials, on say the energy being used, on the products coming out the other end, and all the bits that go on inside there. Terrain AI is quite different because we're out in the open, just like around the fields here. And when we talk about terrestrial environments, we're talking about agriculture, we're talking about peatland, forestry, urban settlement areas. And we're not homing in. The usual kind of bogey man might be agriculture. We're trying to kind of look at this in the broadest scope and to take all those different terrestrial environments into account together. Because if you don't do that, you will have things like emissions and environmental effects coming off one particular location or one particular activity affecting another. So what we're trying to do here is we're quite ambitious. We're trying to take the whole in the round, all terrestrial types. It's a Science Foundation Ireland funded project, co-funded by Microsoft. It's coordinated by Maynooth, and we have University of Limerick, we've got UCD, TCD, DCU involved, and Teagasc. We're lucky to have a number of Teagasc researchers. And here are some of the bits that we can kind of home in on. Like you'll see there, most recently earlier this week, nitrates, big problem coming down from 250 to 220, then that does have a direct effect. I won't go through them each one, but this is a nice one down here. If you look at the CCPI, we're actually laggards. We're 40th in 61 countries. Now, again, be careful. It's per capita, okay? So like ultimately you say like, what are we talking about here? However, I guess what they're trying to kind of home in on is that, look, we need to get our act together here, and we shouldn't be the laggards. This one then kind of, goes against that, and it says, well, we're doing okay. We're going to get a C+. It's like kind of I don't know, is that a H3 in the Leaving Cert? But we could be doing a heck of a lot better. Here we're picking on agriculture and forestry as a bit of a problem. And going back to that story at the start about the factory, really what we ideally want to do here in Ireland is to get, or in countryside, to get a big massive aquarium or terrarium and put it on top of the land and measure everything that's going on, because carbon dioxide is invisible, and some of the inputs and outputs are really, really difficult to get your hands around. I'll quickly say I'm on the computer science side, so I'm not on the modeling side here. Rowan would give us a bit more details there on what's actually going on with gas exchange and so on. Okay, all about the data. We need good data, and a lot of people are involved in this. What we're trying to do is to kind of open it up a bit more, so that we're not just looking at remote sensing data, we're also looking at in situ data. So like full stack with remote sensing, satellite, airborne, drones, looking at LiDAR, sensors, multispectral sensors. On the ground then in situ, we got flux towers measuring carbon dioxide. They're in the river with water quality, air quality, in the soil respiration, looking at soil moisture, soil temperature, and the list goes on. We've got GIS data sets coming in there for a bit of context. And this is how Terrain AI, we're in phase 1 at the minute, shutting it down at the end of this year, hoping that we'll go into phase 2 next year. And again, it starts with that kind of benchmark site. So go back to that terrarium idea. So what we're doing is trying to get these kind of representative sites in Ireland to begin with, agriculture, peatland, forestry, urban series, and then put sensors in the ground, and then come over with the satellites, aircraft, drones, and try and get really fine spatial, temporal, thematic information, stack it up over those sites. And the problem here, again, is that it's not just over the ground. You've got stuff going on underneath. You walk out in the field there, and the soil could change from one end of the field to the other as you walk across it. That has a carbon kind of sequestration piece going on, and it's got to do with not just the soil properties itself, but it's got to do with the weather. It's got to do with if there's moisture being held. Anyway, Terrain AI, we start with the benchmark sites, and we're doing stuff with that. We're collecting data over those benchmark sites, and we try to kind of collate those data sets, bring them into that petabyte scale platform where they're cataloged, and we try to kind of carry out the different analysis in there, and then we go into this kind of integrated Earth system modeling. For us, AI, it's not fancy. We've kind of broken it out into a few different kind of haystacks. One that deals with like robotics. We'll talk a bit about drones and how we work with those, but equally on the machine learning side, extracting useful pieces of information from these multiple layers of data that we're working with. And with those outputs, trying to get it into these Earth system models. And Earth systems models are pretty straightforward. We're trying to represent reality in a digital form. It's like a digital twin, and it's trying to get all those pieces about the physical environment, natural, built, and also the processes and the different activities that go on inside in those environments. Again, one difference with Terrain AI I'll pick out is the human activity and human behavior. I'm not talking about people's personal behaviors per se. I'm talking about how they manage the land and what activities go on in those particular terrestrial types, and like to build that one up out a bit. So we're actually quite interested in what's going on in, say, the field level in a farm, but equally we'll switch to an urban area, and for us a neighborhood could be a farm, and then those, say, housing estates or indeed individual houses could be fields. The same applies to forestry and peatland and so on. Right, so we'll just go through the mantras. So the benchmark sites there on the left, we have we use open technologies, and that's encouraged by Microsoft. So we're with Open Data Cube. The push here is to have a platform that we can kind of open up and join in with the with the planetary computer. It's kind of a test bed at the minute for collating all these different data types. And then we use these GeoEOML workflows to try and put manners on the data streams that are coming in. That Earth system piece that I mentioned, to try and do that digital twin of what's going on out in the real world. And this is nirvana. This is where we want to get to, where we do that optimization, where we say, look at these different terrestrial types. And like you'll hear, and the problem is that when you say, indeed, it may differ from country to country, but here in Ireland, if you say who's Mrs. or Mr. Climate Change, there isn't, because it's split, it's a horizontal, and it's very hard to kind of organize ourselves in that department. But here what we want to do is optimize how we manage land. So you have productivity on one side, you've got sustainability in the other. We've broadened out sustainability. It's not just about climate emissions. It's also about air quality, water quality, balanced kind of ecosystems and biodiversity. So like, you might say, what are you talking about? Like, we're kind of saying, like, if we have a farm down in Tipperary that's quite intensively, a dairy farm, that's fine. Let that, sit. And biodiversity marker might be quite low. And then if you switch to another part of the country, it could be in Leitrim, where, say, the productivity is, like, again, quite low, but the biodiversity might be quite high. It's basically to look at those sorts of situations. When you're planting trees, I don't know, are we supposed to be planting about 8,000 hectares a year or something like that? What species, where do you plant them? Because that has an impact. And then you're looking at, say, peatland restoration. So you take a peatland and say, right, let's re-wet that peatland, and then you suddenly find there's like 3 or 4 or 5 farms around that are really highly productive dairy farms. And these all have, so what you do on one side, you affect the other. So you've got the yin yang. So our test bed really is a yin yang test bed. That's what we're trying to do here in this scenario. We're not quite here yet, but we're well up the scale to here. And just here, I'll just pile through this, so give you a bit more on the actual benchmark sites. So they're scattered around the country. We're working in hand with Chagas and other agencies here. Again, we mentioned Flux Tower, soil sensors and water sensors, different remote sensing, full stack satellite airborne drones. And you see it there, we've got our own aircraft that we use. These are Flux Towers inside here, some of the drone stuff here, multispectral there, LiDAR hanging off the end of that. And the important thing then is just to organize that data. So where do you start? Data catalog. But our catalog of data doesn't stop with just data. Again, working with Microsoft, we've got GitHub. We're trying to get those, if you like, Jupyter notebooks, those kind of cookbook tools cataloged, so that they can be released as kind of Lego bricks. So that if we come up with a really nifty way of producing an NDVI time series, that we release that and make that available. So it's not just UAV or GIS data set, it's released as a Jupyter notebook data set. And again, this is actually set up to be Google-like. We've got 2 or 3 different layers, because some of these data sets can be quite kind of, by the time you get into them, some people just look at flux tower, carbon dioxide, and nothing else. So you've got to kind of have that kind of Google approach in terms of the simplicity in being able to search for these data, Inspire compliant. And you'd see here trying to visualize those data sets and to download them to get at these quite fast. A number of these are real time, so they're doing 24/7. We're trying to organize the standards, because people have flux towers switched on or soil respiration, and they might be recording different kind of attributes at different scales. And we're trying to kind of work with them to make sure that we've got kind of a standardized way of doing that. Again, satellite, moving down to airborne, moving down to drone. So we're actually down at the field level, and we're picking out kind of rabbit burrow holes at that, because we're at the 2 or 3 centimeters. So we're moving from like 10-meter resolution down to 2 or 3 centimeters. But we need that level of data spatially temporally, where we're picking it up every other week during the growing season, and also thematically, where you got that range of attributes. It's like measuring your health. We want to figure out what's going on in that field, in that farm. Again, we mentioned the Jupyter notebooks there, just to make sure that they're, and in there, switch across to AI. We're in the middle of trying to build that machine learning data set, library, where we're trying to pick up activities going on in the land, and then to release that so that people know what a grazed field in peaty soil during June might look like. You get the general gist, I think. And this is just looking at some of the data that we're picking from the in situ. We're doing the spectral fingerprinting here, where we take a farm. This is, and in here we've got fields. And what we're trying to do is to just over time, when we say over time, we could be looking over months, over years, try and figure out what's going on inside in that field. And we get that spectral fingerprint, you know, as the grass starts growing in March, gets first silage cut in, say, May or June. There's a bit of grazing going on in July. There's a bit of slurry spreading going on, and then there's more silage cut, although I don't think it went ahead this year because of a bit. But we're getting that spectral fingerprint. So we know what's normal in that field. And then see over time, you can see where we're going with this. We can detect if there's a change of land management going on. And again, we have to work hand in hand with the farmers, the landowners, the foresters here with that. And again, this is just another schematic of what we look like here, again with the real world here, and then trying to kind of build that digital twin, bring it up into these structured pieces and come out the back door with that, integrated modeling and ability to kind of optimize models. I'm just going to shoot through these. I'll be honest, this is not my area here, but we've got, this is Roth C for like soils. So every one has a different kind of approach as to how you see what's going on, like forestry. You'll see the location, the species, in terms of like thinning, what's going on, and trying to figure out, the DPH and volumes. And there's different, again, we're working with Tree Metrics in Cork on that. The important thing here with the project is to involve some of the Irish-based data tech companies. If there's anyone here who wants to get in touch, please do. We're open for chats. Again, looking at carbon dynamics within a peatland, kind of like setting ecotope mapping. Again, this is coming out of TCD, Matt Saunders there. Grassland from Chagas, and they have managed to map out the grassland at paddock scale. So like paddock is that kind of field and subfield, where they have different grazing going on, and a bit of grass growth modeling going on there, the arable crops. Land surface modeling here, I'll just pile through these, some of the carbon dioxide and methane. Again, these are done at that, you see that scale again, that we're able to go and look at a country-wide scale and then come down to a meso scale, a regional, and perhaps a micro scale down at the farm field level to get those representative bits. Urbanized Wharf from Jared Mills in UCG, and of course Brian Coffey will have mentioned that what he's doing there. And just in terms of some of our work, the whole idea is not just to build something and then walk away. We're trying to get something that lasts. So apologies for the slide here, but you see that research infrastructure down at the bottom. And research infrastructure isn't just a microscope. It's also got to do with the activities that go into trying to kind of capture that data, collate it, catalog it. And then you go into the all interesting research and innovation kind of like pieces. Bubble those up into some of those bits that could be a bit more kind of relevant to address those things that I showed at the start, like how do we have a go at trying to measure these things so people won't move if there's uncertainty. So you've got to bring in certainty. It's like if we were dealing with, say, COVID, and NEFIT came out and tossed a coin and said, well, we think there's 50% infection, people would just walk away. But if you can kind of, nail it, people will have a bit more belief in what you're doing. And of course, the co-benefits, I'm not going to go through all of that stuff. And again, another way to look at it, the R&D partnerships, we didn't realize how important this was. So working together with Microsoft, we were able to bring in farmers, and we'll talk a bit about that. And some of the end users, foresters, and also the Bornemona peatland, urban folk from different local authorities, and then some of the data tech companies. Because if we sit behind a wall and start making it up ourselves, that's all it'll be made up stuff. So it's really, really important to get that engagement and that kind of like partnership churn going, and then that'll give you some kind of interesting kind of outputs. And then, you know, again, the policy piece, we're slowly getting there. That's a really hard nut to crack, because it's like chicken and egg, and who's going to blink first. So you have to have something that is credible, that the standards agencies might accept, that sectoral people might say, you know, kind of stroke their chin and say, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Because if you just knock on the door and say, look, we got stuff here that can go into, say, policy, the guys will say, don't know what you're talking about. So it's a stepwise approach here. And again, this piece here that we're looking at, we're biting off a big chunk here and trying to get all those terrestrial types. Because if we don't, and if we just say, well, we're after peatland, or you know what, we're just after forestry, for us, it's not going to work. And just look at, this is a bit of a commercial break here. Again, Brian will have probably mentioned these. This is just a bit on the urban driveways and what we did. Again, ML for us is a really practical, pragmatic tool for extracting data. We were trying to work out what's vegetated, not vegetated, what's flat, not flat, what was topologically connected to a public road, and then trying to find out those where the vehicles, so you were kind of guilty by association if you were inside an actual property boundary. Put them all together, and then we were finding those urban driveways. But I think Brian might have mentioned that. This is like the other pieces then, looking at the RCF, or picking out not just what's going on in terms of those field boundaries. And you know, people might laugh. What are you saying seriously, that we don't know where our field boundaries are? The problem is that those field boundaries can be kind of hedgerows, tree lines, and so on. And we got something like, I don't know, make up a number, 300,000 kilometers of hedgerow in Ireland. The jury's still out whether it's like a big plus minus in terms of sequestration, or, you know, Chagas was saying it's you know, it's okay. But the point here is that we are not dependent on existing mapped GIS boundaries. We can go and find our own boundaries, and you go to some countries and they may not have a cadastral. So, like, basically just saying that AI ML has a practical piece for us to help us solve a few problems, because we can have 2 minutes. Okay, I'm done now. Kerry Connection, Farm 1. So these are just down the road. So what we're doing here, we're trying to kind of, again, digitally twin this particular farm. It's pretty soil intensive, and it's dairy, a really, really cool farm. And we're looking at grassland management. The farmer is really up for it technology wise, and we're working hand in hand with that. This is another farm, both where we're looking at nutrient flow. Go back to the nitrates thing. So there's a bit of a hill there going on. So we're looking at water quality. Let's get this right. Here and there. We're looking at water quality here, stream going down here, and we're looking at water quality there. So we've got a slurry tank here. We're measuring slurry. We're measuring when the slurry goes out in the field. We're measuring grass growth, and we're measuring the water quality. Just to give you an idea, this is, you know, these are the things that's the slurry pit there. And just saying that what we're trying to get our hands on are those practical kind of end use cases. Go back to that engagement piece that I mentioned. That's really important to us. Okay, the drone stuff first in Ireland. This is just where we're taking the dock station, putting it out to get a drone pilot out for flight planning, to collect data, process it, and deliver it. It's 2,000 roughly a day to do that. With this guy, we're kind of estimating that'll be a drop, knock off one of those zeros. So you've got scale, and also you've got that more kind of efficient way of trying to kind of like manage data collection. Again, we just do the comms there. That's fine. So look, I'll stop it at that. I hope you've got some kind of an idea of what terrain AI is all about.
That's fascinating. Just we might just take one question, Tim, if you have time.
Yep.
Yeah. So listen, well done. Fantastic. I mean, I'm from farming background myself, so the fact that you're modelling that is just amazing, and it's great that you had the global example, which you actually got down local to a Kerry farm. So fantastic. Anybody, any question? Yeah, Luca.
I'm a data fan, but I also value a lot domain knowledge and expert knowledge. Are you planning somehow, in some capacity, to aggregate data and know how from farmers and integrate it with that?
Yeah. Right, and that is also important. First, I'd say go back to our research group. So we've got domain experts in there. So we've got the transportation people, we've got the agronomy people, we've got the forestry people, and so on. But as I mentioned, and we didn't realize it at the time, we thought we could kind of just go ahead and just work on our own. And we've got a few knocks on the door. Different people say, look, we'd be interested in coming on board to kind of work through an actual so those farms, and I know I milled through them pretty fast. But what we're doing is that we're stopping and we're looking at particular situations. And that expertise that you can't underestimate what that gives to us. And I'll give you an idea. The farmer that we're dealing with there in Castle Island, he's actually recording everything. When he puts out the line for the cows to graze, and when he moves it, he's got the grasshopper going around measuring the biomass, doing the W to get that, and we can then put that together with the satellite stuff. And just in terms of like spreading, you know, kind of line, looking at all the day-to-day farming bits that he's doing, for example, that is gold dust for us because, and you might say why, because we can put that together with the in situ bits and the remote sensing bits and then characterize. And what we're trying to do here the whole time is, can we kind of get that working at one location and then spread it? Yeah.
No, that's great. Listen, thanks a million, Tim. And look, I know Tim made a massive effort to get down from Maynooth today, so it's a long round trip of 6 hours to be here, up and down. Really appreciate it. And I know Rowan sends his apologies. He wasn't able to attend. And again, thanks to Microsoft for the partnership and the ISO School coming together. So, so now we're going to stay kind of local. Okay, we're at the local farm, so we're actually going to talk about. We're going to have a presentation now from Cathal Foley from Fexco. Fexco, one of the public-private partners in the RDI hub here. And I suppose Fexco have been innovating from the edge of Europe for over 40 years. Cathal is going to talk about the PACE project, which is all about innovating to enable opportunities in sustainable technology. So I suppose within Fexco, with a focus on innovation and access to strategic partners in aviation, Fexco take care of the ESG professional charged with reporting carbon emissions and meeting their requirements. They help finance and portfolio management in measuring risk and obtaining business performance, and they support marketing, sales, and creating growth through sustainable business initiatives. So, as I said, very innovative company. We're very lucky here in the RDI Hub to have Fexco as a partner, and we're lucky to have Cathal here today as well to talk about PACE for the next 15-20 minutes. So, hand over to Cathal.
Brilliant, thank you. The clicker.
Tim, did he go with it? Oh, maybe this. Oh no, he left. Sorry.
Brilliant.
So it's just a white button, you know that.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invite. And thanks for the support, and welcome to everybody that is here today. So I guess when we look at that intersection of AI and everything that can go with it in data and sustainability, we at Fexco have a long history in innovation, and part of my role spans that kind of innovation journey for us. So we took a look a while back and we said, right, knowing what we know about the direction of travel and data in AI, in sustainability, what areas could we play in? And so we put a bit of a vision board together, if you want to call it that, and we said, well, with our assets and what will be needed in the industry, what sort of areas could we take a look at? And we took a look at analytics, and we said there'll be various forms of analytics, data. You'll need to begin with measurement, of course. We took a look at asset management, carbon becoming an asset class that's going to need to be managed. How's that going to be managed? Took a look at offsets. We can't get to where we need to get to perhaps alone. We may need to take a look at offsets, and obviously tax. Everything about tax is certain, right? And we know we're all going to get taxed in that regard. How might you develop tax management platforms? We took a couple of steps back and we said, well, really it begins with measurement. You can't manage anything you can't measure, and you certainly can't mitigate anything you can't measure. And we had credentials within the aviation space, which led us off into the journey of developing the product. We've been through a bit of a journey, right, from kind of that initial inception, built an MVP, and we're scaling the product out now in market with over 30 names on board, some of the largest financial institutions in the world using PACE data to underpin financial transactions. What we have built now in aviation is a comprehensive platform. Right? So there's loads of metrics that we have within the platform. As I say, organizations are continually informing that journey in terms of where we go. And so what does that mean in actuality? So this is a screen from the platform. So in terms of data points and data modeling that we have, we've got over 36,000 aircraft, effectively all commercial aircraft, multiple data points on a daily basis captured within the platform. That equates to 29.5 million flight cycles if you look at the full year for 2022, and over 700 million tons CO2, right? So a lot of CO2. Aviation is an interesting one in that there is a lot of focus on it, given it's very visible. It's something that most people in the Western world and more people globally do at least on an annual basis. And so it's a really kind of tangible use case that we have. So how do we use this to empower our customers to make better decisions? So in the prepay stage, this is an example of an investment bank portfolio, right? So we went back and took a look at the, it all begins with the money in this world. Who is financing the asset? So in this case, it's an investment bank financing the asset. They're financing a number of aircraft, nearly 300 aircraft across 60 operators. So this bank has made CO2 and sustainability commitments to shareholders, to the board, etc. Right? They've made those commitments. They're out in public, and you can see them. I won't go specifically referencing them in this regard, right? But they don't know where these assets are all the time, right? They don't have access to transponder data or indeed fuel burn data for these assets. So they want to encourage the operators of these aircraft to make better decisions, to utilize the asset in a more efficient way. How do they do that if they don't even know where they are today? So with Pace, with a click of a button, they can see for the whole portfolio that they have, the actual amount of CO2, the intensity. Are they good operators? Are they bad operators? And how could we encourage them through concessional finance to make better decisions so that ultimately the bank can hit its targets about where it needs to get to? Right, so it's all kind of flowing back to where we're at. We look at full life cycle emissions, right? So it's not just what happens in the air, it's that full well to wake is what's looked at. So again, we really are at that intersection of data and sustainability. And again, the aircraft generations have a huge part to play as new technology comes out as well. With that, no surprise, where you are today and where commitments have been made. So what we show here is just, I guess, an example of the scale of the problem that the industry and indeed globally we're looking at. We put in Fit for 55, so a model of a reduction by 2030 for this portfolio that we've just taken a look at. We've taken a look at the various levers that you can do so we can model all this forward, but we refleet, we buy a number of new aircraft if this bank finances a number of new aircraft. These alternative fuels, biofuels or power to liquid fuels, we've gone a little bit alternative and said, even if they pay for some carbon capture to offset on the flight that they have, where would they end up? This is the impact that all of those decisions and those levers would have up to 2030. This is the commitment that's been made to shareholders. So where's the balance going to come from? That is the next iteration of our journey, is helping these partners that we work with to make better decisions in their daily lives. Again, beyond that, now that we've done it in aviation, how do we move into asset classes such as maritime? Now that we've done it for aviation, for financiers, is there ways we can do it for corporates? Which again are opportunities that we're looking at, and how do we really leverage the data set that we have to help whether it's corporates or consumers to make better decisions in how they fly and where they go with their daily lives. And ultimately, our journey always began with a measure, manage, mitigate mantra, right? So we've got the measurement down in aviation, we've the management down, and through the modeling, we're working towards mitigation to try to encourage those positive signals. What we see in a lot of cases is people have made, really high-level commitments. Again, by and large to the market and the shareholders, they haven't figured any of this out yet. So there's a lot of kind of problem space for people to step in and say, we'll help you. We know the commitment you've made. We know you don't have access to this data. Let us work together and help you. So I think we're pretty excited about where we're going. It's a great space to be operating in terms of the kind of tailwinds you have of regulation coming behind you as well. And I think the other interesting thing from a product development and a data standpoint is that this is an area we know is going to be huge. We know absolute truth, right? That a large bank or financier is going to have to make a commitment. There will be no bank left operating at a certain point in time without commitments. There'll be no loan or lease arrangement in any asset class that will ever happen in any number of years. We can argue about the number of years that is. That will not have a sustainability metric associated with where are all these data points going to come from. And I think that's a great thing that a lot of the sections over the last couple of days are covering off. Okay. So where do we go from here now that we have launched the platform? We've looked at that measure, manage, and mitigate. We've the platform, we've APIs, we've sustainability linked finance that we've rolled out. We've a consumer API where you can see your flight footprint, and we're looking at the carbon side.
given the size of the opportunity in the space we operate in, we think it's very, very important to always be looking ahead. So we have a range of opportunities, as Liam said, within the Innovation Centre that we're taking a look at that next product. It's not good enough to just do one product, say we have a bit of product market fit and move on from there. So I think there's a huge amount of opportunity. There are problems and challenges everywhere that we can all take a look at. I think we're very excited about the opportunities to be looking at it. So that's kind of the universe as we see it. And I've just pulled this out and dropped it in to try and, as a final slide, put into context what does that mean in terms of from a lessor. So an aircraft lessor, so they lease the aircraft off a financier out to an airline. So we work with them. They have raised a significant amount of capital for 127 aircraft, between 30 and 50 million per aircraft. And they have done this base is based on data that they have drawn out from PACE. So we have helped supported that transaction. Very, very proud of the work that we've done. And we believe that because this transaction is tied to CO2 intensity, that this will be a greener transaction than would have existed otherwise without the use of PACE data. So again, a real world application, you know, with some pretty big numbers behind it in terms of how we're using the data. That's kind of a whistle-stop tour of the PACE world of what we're doing, how we're measuring, where we're going in terms of managing, and hopefully getting towards the mitigation side of the equation as well. Happy to take any questions from where we're at.
So if anybody has any questions, yeah, I know Denise has the question at the back. Go ahead, Denise. Yeah.
100% limitations of availability and cost, right? If you look at, you know, there is that cost quality equation that exists within any sort of carbon offset, and there are other considerations as well with it. I think realistically where carbon capture is going to come into play on a technology basis is carbon capture to produce basically sustainable aviation fuel, right? So they will capture the carbon, you know, power to liquid sort of equations, and then they'll have a sustainable aviation fuel. That's probably the only way where you'll be able to sustain it. And look, the investment required to bring that technology along is phenomenal. So we put it in just to kind of get the conversation talking and conversation going, but it's still quite a ways off, I would say.
Yeah, go ahead, Lachlan.
Hi,
How does this integrate with some of the more traditional carbon accounting formulas, like thinking here of footprinting from Carbon Trust around organizational product supply chain, that sort of thing? This is a per deal kind of analysis. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So we began with finance, I guess, really taking a look at the value chain that, you know, it's the guys funding the assets are. So we you know, we are in discussions with some of those carbon accounting platforms now that we verify the quality of data for aviation data points. So any one of those platforms will sit up on top of a number of data points. The value chain of logistics is really interesting, and that it starts to bring the consumer into play, which obviously starts to increase the value potentially of the market. You know, so we have, on top of the direct product that we've been building, we've spent a lot of time over the last couple of years engaging with partners, whether it's carbon accounting platforms, whether it's corporate carbon accounting platforms, logistics networks, maritime networks to take a look at that. So we have the data points. It's not on a per transactional basis. We allow the modeling as well. We have an API which would allow you to take any data point from any aircraft, anywhere, or any seat basis as well. So whether it's a packaging cargo or a person on a seat, we can capture that and present it back as well.
Are you presenting or gathering this data and reporting on it in real time?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And so we present it in a platform, or we can present it out via API. So the consumer API, and we've a corporate API, with the whole platform API. So we call it.
And the idea eventually is to have some sort of actions that materialize. So you have almost like an operator's cockpit where you see stuff and can then react to it.
Yeah, and I think, look, measurement in and of itself, it doesn't get us very far to where we need to get to. It has to inform action we can take. So I think, you know, we're very conscious of that. You know, and it's just the beginning of the journey yet, we would say, not.
Okay, great, Carl. Any
Okay.
further questions for Carl before he needs to leave? Okay, great. Thanks. So we're now going to transition to the last academic presentation of the summer school. So I know Marguerite needs to set up, so we might have a few minutes here just while we get set up. So delighted to welcome Dr. Margaret Nahin from University College Cork, and she's going to talk about intelligent and data-driven solutions for sustainable, net zero and healthy future cities. So Dr. Nahin will discuss her research, which harnesses new and emerging technologies in the development of intelligent solutions for sustainable, net zero, healthy, livable and equitable urban areas. So really looking forward to it. Read your article recently in the Silicon Public, it was excellent, and I think that was what got us excited about you coming here. And I know you're doing a lot of work with the MRI Centre as well and stuff like that. So over to you for 20 minutes. Thank you.
So I'm Marguerite, Senior Lecturer, Associate Professor in Future Sustainability and Environmental Engineering at University College Cork, and I have a research group. I'm Principal Investigator at the Environmental Research Institute and the MRI Centre for Energy, Climate and Marine. So thanks very much for the invite to be here. It's great to see what everyone is working on, and I feel really inspired by all the presentations I've seen here today already. So hopefully I can show you a little bit about what we're working on and as well. So so my research group is the Future Sustainability Research Group, and we focus on developing intelligent solutions for sustainable, net zero, healthy, livable and equitable cities of the future. And we also look at the interlinkages between technology, policy and society. And there's a number of research themes fall under urban emissions modelling, looking at air quality or emissions that are relevant to climate change and air quality modelling, and then looking at exposures and health impacts as well of these exposures. Secondly, then developing the science underpinning ICT-enabled tools for cities and citizens. So whether this be looking at developing science underpinning smartphone applications or urban dashboards for better informing decisions at a city level, but also at an individual level to improve quality of life. We're also very, we have a lot of work on green cities. How can green urban planning help in the decarbonisation of cities, but also how can it help with environmental health? We also look at climate policy and society. And the linkages of society, and of course then we look at the sustainable development goals and sustainable development efforts and how we can harness new emerging technologies to support these, and that builds on work I suppose I did at the United Nations, so I might just highlight a few projects in relation to that later on. So I have a project that's funded by Science Foundation Ireland, and that's the Environmental Intelligence Project. And this is the Frontiers for the Future project, so I'm an EPI on that. And as part of that project, we're really interested in how you can leverage data and technology and AI models and tools and so on to better, I suppose, quantify different aspects of cities and the dynamic aspects of cities, and whether that be related to human mobility and populations, it could be related to urban green space and air pollution, it could be related to socioeconomics and demographics, it could also be related to transport systems, looking at exposures and health impacts and so on. And then intelligence in terms of, how can you nudge humans, or well, I suppose how can you nudge human behaviour, but how can you nudge environmental policy as well towards making a city more intelligent? And in this instance, a more intelligent city is a city that's more healthy, that's livable, that's more equitable, it's a better place for people to live. It's also a net zero city, a more environmentally friendly city. So I'm interested in how we can use technology to help us understand cities, while also ensuring that our cities are sustainable, healthy and livable going forward. And the reason I'm so interested in cities is because they are complex places, they evolve and respond to what's happening over time. They represent microcosms of global economic development and environmental change, along with human and social development. And they've also gained an extremely important role in relation to the discourse on sustainability in recent times. Currently, half of our world's population lives in cities, and by 2050, this is set to increase to 70% of the world's population living in urban areas. And of course, this will bring many challenges and many opportunities. So cities, they're only 2% of land cover. They are, as I mentioned, 50% of our global population. They are 70% of global energy consumption. They're 75% of greenhouse gas emissions. And then they're 80% of GDP. So cities, they're engines of economic growth. They make significant contributions to the creation of wealth, innovation, and cultural advancement. But they're also where we can focus on those innovations contributing to the much needed transition to a sustainable and low carbon society, or even zero carbon society. And we know that the density scaling of cities, this can allow, for example, for higher resources efficiency in buildings. It can allow for green urban planning and low carbon or zero carbon urban mobility. So it's no surprise, therefore, that we often hear that the battle for sustainability will be won or lost in cities. So just to mention very quickly the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Maybe somebody covered these already yesterday. I mentioned them, but I know everyone's very well aware of them. And just to mention them, that they are a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. And we know there's goals related to good health and well-being. That's goal number 3. There's a goal there related to clean water and sanitation. Goal number 7 is on affordable energy. We've goal number 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure. Goal number 12 is related to responsible consumption and production. And goal 13 is related to tackling climate change. So these are all relevant to cities, but of course then there's a standalone goal as well, which is on sustainable cities and communities. And that's actually the only subnational sustainable development goal. All the others are assessed or monitored at a national level, but goal number 11 then is at a subnational or urban level. So vis-a-vis benchmarking or reaching the Sustainable Development Goal targets, and there's approximately 170 targets set out under the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. There's been a huge focus at a very high level across the global scientific community on harnessing new and emerging technologies for reaching these targets, but also more broadly using new and emerging technologies for public good. So what am I actually referring to with the term emerging technologies in relation to my own work? So, we all know about the data revolution and so on. And some of the data sets that we're working with, include data from mobile phones, from sensors, from the Internet of Things, from GPS navigation systems, retail data collected through citizen science initiatives, data from online behaviours and online social media activity and so on. We look at electronic health records, satellite and geospatial imagery data, and we saw lovely examples of that there during the presentation about Turing AI, and so on and so forth. And so along with the velocity, the variety, the volume and veracity of data that we have today, we also have very sophisticated data processing techniques. We have supercomputing facilities. We've made huge advances in AI and machine learning models. You've covered all that already. And these are all used for gaining processing and understanding the data and gaining really useful insights from the data. So many of the data sets that we look at in an urban context, these can be generated in very high spatial resolution in space and time. And with this emergence of urban big data, we now have unique opportunities to develop, to experiment, and to advance more innovative solutions for sustainable cities. And these can be really nice opportunities for us to leapfrog, complex challenges related to the urban environment, related to public health, transportation, the resilience and the adaptation to climate change going forward. Of course, I should have also mentioned, before mentioning adaptation to climate change and resilience, I should mention mitigation of climate change, but also just more broadly reaching various sustainability goals. So how can we leverage insights from data to better understand how we can design cities that are more sustainable, healthy and livable, and how can we influence the development of policy planning and operations and management of cities. So one of the types of data sets that's really exciting to us is data on the movement of people collected from mobile phones and other devices. And with mobile phone data, you can see real-time patterns of mobility and the economic activity of populations. And this could be in places where you would be lucky to get survey or census data more than once every few years. This shows us where and when people are located across the entire city-state of Singapore. This is a project I worked at MIT, and this is based on activity on the mobile phone network. So mobility information, it has incredible predictive power. And knowing where people move through a city, this can help city authorities to improve transport systems, assess the dynamics of tourism. It can help us determine the optimal locations for new schools or hospitals, and it can also help us to even dynamically map exposure to pollution in populations. Air pollution in populations. So just in relation to the last point there, in relation to exposure to pollution, I led a project called Airscapes at MIT, and the premise of this project really was that ambient or outdoor and urban air pollution, causes a very high number of mortalities each year, and globally, it's 4.2 million deaths each year, but in an urban context, actually, there's a really high proportion of people breathe unhealthy air. So for this project, Urban Exposures, the aim here was to better understand population level exposure to air pollution using data generated from mobile phones. And we did this study for New York. So we analysed mobile phone data from 8.6 million people, and we were able to look at the pulse or the dynamics of the population. And then we were able to look at exposures to PM 2.5 air pollution, which is particularly harmful air pollutant, using this methodology. So what this means is that we no longer need to look at urban, low emission zones and clean air zones and so on in a static way. That these zones can be now dynamic and in response to the movement of population, the locations of populations throughout the day as populations go about their daily activities, and in response to high levels of air pollution in specific areas and cities. So we've moved from conventional to data-driven engineering of cities. We can overlay different data sets to create new ways of optimally planning and managing cities. We can use GPS data to model emissions from transport, and we can understand how different aspects of cities, interact and so on. And here what we're just seeing is how a transportation fleet responds to variations in precipitation levels across the city, where transport is monitored using GPS data and precipitation is measured or monitored by the National Environment Agency across the city. So how do we build city tools? How do we incorporate all this information into insights, to help those tasked with managing cities, making them better places to live? We can incorporate these types of insights into urban dashboards and so on. But how do we help individuals as well? So to say a little bit about distributed networks of sensors and how we can create real-time data streams using these. So a very interesting question, in urban environmental engineering is, how can we support or encourage the separation of people from pollution? We not only want to reduce air pollution levels, we also want to ensure that people are aware of where air pollution is, and can we actually use smartphone apps, and can we use urban dashboards? Can we integrate data with Google Maps and environmental data with Google Maps and so on, to make individuals and cities aware of air pollution hotspots, so that the city can respond to that to reduce exposures to air pollution, which is what causes all the harm in terms of health impacts. So it had a project called Airscape Singapore. So this project demonstrates the collection and crowdsourcing of environmental data using a distributed network of sensors. So as people carry very small air pollution sensors about the size of a credit card and their smartphone around a very, very busy urban district, all the data was collected on, we had air pollution variables measured and meteorological variables measured. All this data was collected, went from the sensor to the smartphone via Bluetooth, and then it was streamed to the cloud, and then it was mapped and displayed on a web application in real time, and with about a lag of about a minute and a half. So this almost real-time data, and these maps in very high spatial resolution, they can foster very novel applications. You know, as a citizen, I can see where the air pollution hotspots are as I commute through the city that I live in, and I can take steps to avoid exposure to that pollution. I can take a different route. I can take a cleaner, a less polluted route. And then cities can actually use this information as well to, I suppose, identify those air pollution hotspots again and take action to reduce traffic congestion and so on. Especially if those, you know, hotspots of air pollution are co-located with schools or hospitals or, I suppose, vulnerable people. So following on from that work, then we developed a commuter exposure assessment tool, and users of this website can learn how their personal profile, how their activity type, how their route chosen impacts on their exposure to air pollution and their inhaled dose of air pollution as well. So whether you're male or female, this will have an impact on the size of your lungs. Whether you're walking, cycling or jogging, this will impact on your breathing rate, and your route chosen obviously will impact on what you're exposed to. And by combining all this information together, then we can develop a quite accurate indication of how much data or how much data you're inhaling, how much air pollution you're inhaling, and so on. And you can learn from this tool, okay, what will actually decrease your exposure, what will increase your exposure. So, right, so now we're going to move on to a different type of exposure, and this time it's a positive exposure, something that is known to improve human health and well-being in cities. And of course, this is green space. And green space refers to, it refers to public parks, like this park here, Central Park in New York. It can refer to cycling infrastructure, street trees, street foliage, and so on. We've lovely moss green wall here. This is indoor green infrastructure, but in an urban setting, it's more, I suppose, it's more the foliage, it's more the green space, it's trees, it's beautiful greenery that we associate with, that we really positively associate with lovely places in our cities. But I suppose more formally though, then we know that green space is associated with lower mortality rates. It's associated with other very positive health outcomes. It can mitigate exposure to air pollution. It can mitigate noise pollution. It can reduce stress. It can promote physical exercise and so on. So it's really associated with so many positive health outcomes and environmental health positive environmental health outcomes for cities as well. But it's actually very difficult to get a very detailed map of green space infrastructure, including all street level green space and greenness that we have in our streets. So we sought to look at green space in high spatial resolution using Google Street View imagery. So that there is like a Google Street View image there, just next to UCC along Western Road, and you can see that there's lots of green space here. There's along the sides of the streets, but it's really difficult to quantify all of this, and it's really difficult to quantify all of that using satellite imagery. And we do use the satellite-based methods. We look at Landsat data, and we look at the NDVI metric that was mentioned earlier on as well. But what we want to look at here really is this complementary metric that picks up more nuance along the streets. And so basically what we do is we process the Google Street View images and we apply a computer vision methodology, and we quantify the amount of I suppose eye level or street level green space in each Google Street View image. So for each point location, we will take 6 images at different angles, and we'll compute the amount of green space, and then then so we did that, and later then we we did this for the entire road network of Cork City, for Dublin City, and for Galway City. So we've processed Google Street View imagery, almost a million Google Street View images for Ireland, and we've computed.
Shit.
Of course, Dublin and Galway. Okay. So we're able to use this data then for environmental epidemiological studies. So we're now able to look at population exposure to urban green space. We're able to look at green space associated with socioeconomic metrics as well. What we found in relation to self-reported health of the Irish of the population of Cork, Dublin, and Galway is we found that people who are living in places that had higher levels of green space were associated with or were more likely to say that they had good or very good health relative to people who were living in areas of with low levels of green space exposure. And this is while controlling for all different types of traffic variables and air pollution and so on. So that can, so I suppose these types of maps, they can be quite useful for cities. They can identify places where they might need more green space infrastructure. We can see in the city centre there in Cork and in Dublin as well, there's quite low levels of green space infrastructure. We have higher levels of green space infrastructure in parks and so on in the suburbs. But then, what we might find is there might be some areas where you might have lower levels of income, you might have lower levels of educational attainment, you might have lower levels of or areas where people are reporting that their self-reported health is not very good as well. And these are areas where you can really boost health by providing more amenities and green space infrastructure and so on. So it can have strong policy implications, this type of work. So then you can scale this up to anywhere where there's Google Street View imagery available, anywhere on any road network in the world. And of course, then we can develop green space maps for and you can see some examples there, Cambridge and Cape Town. So I'm just going to say a little bit about some energy and emissions baseline modelling that we did for Cork City Council. So we know that we need to decarbonise our cities. We know that we have that all cities in Ireland have been actually, or the major cities anyway, have been mandated to develop climate action plans. Cork City is actually publishing a series of reports. It'll either be this weekend or very early next week. Cork City and Dublin City as well were both selected as part of the EU mission, the 100 Climate Neutral and Smart Cities initiative. And as part of that, I suppose, the ambition really is for like 100 cities across the EU to be, including Cork and Dublin, to be net zero or climate neutral by 2030. So this is really ambitious, very difficult to achieve. One of the first things that you need to do is to develop a baseline emissions model. You need to know where to start and how to develop your pathways to decarbonisation, the climate action plans and strategies, at an urban level, based on those baseline maps. So I'll just show you some of the work we did there, just really just fly through it actually. So we computed energy demand, we modeled CO2 equivalent emissions in each small area for 6 sectors. We looked at the transport sector, we looked at the residential or household sector, we looked at commercial and industry, we looked at public services, we looked at agriculture and fishing, and we also looked at waste management. And then we mapped the energy emissions, those CO2 equivalent emissions. So first looking at transport, we looked at transport activity, I suppose, and driving on the entire road network of Cork City, and then we modelled emissions based on that. And then we mapped the emissions, and you can per kilometre squared per small area. There's about 800 administrative small areas across Cork City, and you can see there that where you have those kind of darker blue areas there, that's where the major road arteries are in Cork, and that's the South Link there. That's the just near the tunnel, Glanmire, and or going out to Glanmire here, and then that's the city centre. And then, we looked at CO2 equivalent emissions per kilometre of drivable road per small area as well there. So, we also looked at the residential sector, households, and we looked at electricity use, we looked at space heating, we looked at building energy performance. We also looked at the footprint of buildings and their heights and number of stories and so on right across the city. So we pulled all this data together and we modeled CO2 equivalent emissions from the household sector, and we mapped that. And you can see that most CO2 equivalent emissions are concentrated in the urban centre and some of the kind of, I suppose, kind of suburbs as well. Douglas, obviously we have the city centre here, and then this is Douglas, and then that's Ballincollig over there. And then we looked at CO2 equivalent emissions per home, and this is kind of interesting because we found like that that in the urban centre, in the city centre, the housing units are a bit smaller, they're more energy efficient, I suppose, as well. And then in the outskirts, then you have these larger houses, with larger footprints, and they're the CO2 equivalent emissions per home from these, and the energy use and the CO2 equivalent emissions per home from these larger houses is much more significant than in the urban centre. So I talked about the density scaling of cities earlier on, and I suppose this map shows that quite nicely, actually. Then we looked at public services. We looked at data from local authority buildings. We looked data from street lighting on energy use, universities, schools, healthcare facilities, the hospitals, CUH, and all the other hospitals and all the other healthcare facilities in Cork. And we looked at the energy demand, and then we gathered data from OpenStreetMap, and we looked at the building footprints and so on, and then we took emissions factors then from the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, and then we computed emissions per small area across Cork City as well. We use a similar methodology for the commercial and industry sector. We also looked at agriculture and fisheries. They're just a small bit in the outskirts. It's a very small proportion overall, because all of our food is produced in rural outside of the city. And then we also looked at waste handling, treatment and handling, so energy use and wastewater. So we have all these maps of emissions for all these different sectors across the city, and then we can combine all the data together. We can see that most energy is used, or most emissions are from the urban centre of Cork City here. And then when we look at this profile overall, we can see that most emissions for Cork City are from the household sector, at 34%, road transport contributes to 29%, commercial and industry contributes to 22%, public services are 7%, agriculture and fisheries are 6%, and waste is very small, it's only 2%. So, these are the areas that we need to focus on. We need to focus on road transport, household emissions, and commercial and industrial emissions in Cork City. This is very different to the national profile that we would see. Of course, in a national profile, we'd see that the agricultural and agricultural emissions there would be much higher, and food production emissions are much higher relative to the other.
About 2 minutes.
Yeah, grand. So then overall for Cork, then it's just shy of 1 million tonnes of CO2 for the entire city, and that report will be out next week. Next week it'll be published. So just say a little bit about just one or two projects I worked at the United Nations. So I worked on an innovation initiative of the UN Secretary General as a research scientist prior to joining UCC, and our mission was to harness emerging technologies for sustainable development and humanitarian efforts. One thing I love telling my engineering students in UCC is that the Secretary General of the United Nations was an electrical engineer before he went into politics, and it's no surprise that that technologists and those who are able to solve very complex problems in a technical sense are now solving some of the and leading on some of the most complex challenges we have in the world today, and in climate change and international peace and security and so on. But so just to show you two projects actually that I just worked on at the UN. One project was the Data for Refugees project, and in this we were using telecoms data, mobile phone data to provide better living conditions for Syrian refugees in Turkey. You know, there are 90 million forcibly displaced persons worldwide, and of course not as many just in Turkey, but looking at I suppose a subset of that within in Turkey and looking at Syrian refugees in Turkey. What we did is we looked at mobile phone data, cellular network data, and we examined the integration of refugees in urban areas based on communication patterns. And there was a number of different projects actually under this broad initiative, and many were focused on supporting health, education and employment. How can the UN High Commissioner for Refugees better, I suppose, deploy resources and aid in an optimal way using information from telecoms data? That was the overarching question and the overarching challenge, and it was really successful. And I think a lot of the solutions that were developed as part of this were actually adopted by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. I just said. So then we also worked on another project here, and this was in using satellite imagery then to we were mapping, and we were I suppose really what we were doing is we were applying convolutional neural networks to satellite imagery to count the number of tents and dwellings in vast refugee camps in sub-Saharan Africa. And basically, you know, some of these refugee camps, they can you know, the population can be in flux. It's very difficult to get an accurate indication of how many people are actually, you know, residing in the settlements at any given time. And this has implications in terms of like, okay, how does UNHCR organize resources and aid for the refugee camp? And you know, what UNOSAT do, and they're based in CERN in working with UNHCR, is typically they just manually count these on the satellite imagery. So we worked with UNOSAT and UNHCR, and we said, okay, look, we can actually apply a convolutional neural network here, and we can actually detect the tents and the dwellings and so on in quite high with quite high accuracy rates and precision rates, and we can develop an estimate of these populations, you know, in really quickly relative to doing it manually. So that I think that project is still ongoing, and I think the satellite imagery and the is becoming more high resolution and better quality all the time, and also the models and tools are improving all the time as well. So that's that was another project. So I also lead, so I'm EPI in Sustainable Future. I better mention Sustainable Futures at UCC. So Sustainable Futures is focused on sustainability education. We work with industry and enterprise to develop, you know, and we have over the last number of years to develop a suite of sustainability education programs, ranging from CPDs right up to masters in masters programs. So I run Sustainable Futures at UCC, and we have a really nice Sustainable Futures Lab in UCC, and we'd love for people to visit the Sustainable Futures Lab. And this is a lovely open and collaborative space for developing new solutions for a sustainable net zero and nature positive future going forward. And we work with a number of industries as well, including Microsoft. They're one of our main partners on the Sustainable Futures project. We received about 5.3 million euro in funding from the Higher Education Authority as well for this for our Sustainable Futures Lab and for the programs we develop. And it's really boosted sustainability education at UCC, and of course all the research that we do in the Environmental Research Institute and Murray Centre, it all feeds into the programs and the education programs we have as well. Yeah, so I'll stop there.
No, thank you.
And I'd be happy to take questions.
One or two questions if anybody has any questions. It would look fantastic. I mean, you went from local in Cork City to Catholic. I see you have a fantastic breadth of examples. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Ashley.
Well, I know when you're talking about CO2 emissions, yeah, I was actually really surprised that like household ones were the highest. I thought it would be true. Well, did you also do this in any other Irish city? Dublin? Is it comparable?
Yeah, actually, I think Codema did the emissions modelling for Dublin, and I can't remember what their proportion
intensively. And mirroring that with what we're seeing in Dublin, where there's some better figures around vacancy rates now, where it's 20% grey space, up to 35%, and published research from Dublin Chamber of Commerce on utilisation of occupied space being sub 30%. And you see a lot of opportunities in that space to drive more, I guess, energy efficiency in the commercial real estate area, given that, you know, it's quite a large chunk of both embodied carbon and operational carbon, where the utilisation efficiency has been dropping now post-COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that all sectors, you know, we all definitely all sectors need to drive more energy efficiency. You know, I think that there's probably, that estimate there covers like commercial and like retail and some industries as well. But of course, then that profile, or probably for Cork, there's a lot of industry that's outside the city, the official city boundary as well, that actually isn't included there. So, for example, everything that happens in Ringaskiddy isn't included in that estimate because it's outside the city boundary. But yeah, no, I think that, you know, the energy demand, the energy that they're using in all buildings, or all different types of manufacturing facilities and so on that are within the city boundary and outside the city boundary, that we need to just ensure that we're doing things as energy efficiently as possible. And also, in a way, it's hard for when you're purchasing electricity, you know, you don't have too much control over where that electricity comes from, you know, from renewable sources or from power plants and so on. And, you know, I suppose there's an onus nationally to try to increase the levels of renewable energy and renewable energy that's going onto the grid, so that this can drive down emissions for everyone, whether it be in an urban context or rural context, especially in buildings, in commercial sites, in any like street infrastructure and so on. Yeah, so yeah.
Thanks, Bob. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Phil.
The second last presentation of the summer school. So delighted to welcome Eamon Galvin. So we're going from Kerry from Cork actually, back up to Dublin now. So Eamon was a previous RDI Hub member. He's a very innovative startup company called Known Carbon, and he's going to talk about using AI to accelerate the measurement and reduction of carbon emissions at global scale. And a great conversation with Eamon over dinner last night, and we were talking about everything from, you know, the carbon emissions of McDonald's versus KFC. He probably asked that question, and I'll have the answer. But it was really, really good. So looking forward to hearing your story. I know you've been making great progress over the last couple of years. So welcome, Eamon.
Brilliant. Thanks, Liam. So yeah, look, what we're doing is we're building an AI platform to measure the carbon footprint of products, to drive to drive emissions reduction, and that enables business to build a product portfolio. So we're very focused on the emissions at a product level. So we have sector level and company level and country and city. So seen the city level, but we're very interested in it at like a product level and how you roll that up into a then becomes the reporting for a business. Look, kind of three themes around how the AI is helping us as a business, and then kind of extrapolate that out a bit in terms of how it can help sustainability. But this element of the speed, the scale, and this specificity around, you know, how do you personalize the results for either an individual company or individual, or indeed it could be for a city. So look, the core problem that we're looking to address is the carbon footprint of the product. And you could also extend to a service, but the product is kind of a building block. I mean, companies are essentially made up of how they deal with products. Do they make the products? Do they distribute them? Do they sell those products? So it's kind of a core building block when you get under the scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions, is understanding this. The way it works is, in terms of the inputs, we've ingested large amounts of the structured data from the various data sets that are available, but then overlaid on that the unstructured data around things like the life cycle analysis. There's many of these studies that would be done both at an academic or indeed a business level, but they're not necessarily in a format that can be analysed. They're effectively sitting in those reports, and then obviously the scientific reports, and from that we're able to build the database of the carbon impact of the different products and the different product categories and typologies. But the key thing is really is when you map that against the business specific data. So the problem we're then solving for the business is, okay, we understand the footprint of the products, but how do you map their sales data against that database to get the outputs, which is your data reports, but more importantly, the kind of tools to make a decision, because there's this early stage of just the measurement, but then, okay, what are the key drivers and how do you drive those down? And one of the ways we do that is building this carbon twin, building on the digital twin part, which is like create that virtual representation of the product, which allows you then to effectively model the different scenarios around what happens if you were to change this part of the process, but also means that you can focus on the key drivers of the emission. So you're not caught up in, like, if you do a full detailed life cycle analysis and you're maybe looking at fertilizer use or, you know, what fuel goes into the tractor, might or might not be important. So building this twin allows you kind of create a separation from, let's say, the super granular data, which may or not, you know, some of that may or not be directly relevant to building this carbon representation or a carbon twin, which you can then start to act on. Look, once you've done that and we've mapped that data from a business, it does drive a couple of key things. You can extrapolate the overall business impact because you take number of products, mix of products mapped against the carbon footprint, you understand that impact. The consumer demand is critical, and I'll come on to that because, like, if you know, I know Joan talked this morning about, you know, you project yourself forward 3, 4, 5, or 10 years. Like, it's fine to measure your carbon footprint, but as a board or as a CEO, what you're really thinking is, okay, fine, that's the measurement and the reduction, but what's the likely trajectory for our product in terms of consumer demand, in terms of like, how will consumers react when they, and it's an interesting question, what would happen if consumers understood your business model? Then you compare to competitors, so we allow them to do that because you can compare the products across different categories and competitors. You reduce it, and then there's clearly, look, critically important, the reporting piece. But what we're trying to do is build that model first, and then you step into the reporting, because there might be products in there that you might go, look, there's no future in these products. So, you know, you could invest a lot of time and effort in reporting on these, but actually, if they're not part of your plan going forward, you may look at how you deal with those. So the key thing is like getting to that decision. Do you have enough information to make a good decision? Since we launched, last year was our first full year. We started in Europe with a number of countries in Europe. Last year we had 6 businesses in different countries. This year we'll do 21, and really interested to see the differences with the Scandinavian countries and their approach to it. You know, a lot further ahead in a lot of respects in terms of how they're measuring it. They're already into, like, can we start communicating to consumers, and then the differences between the other countries. But look, in terms of, back to the theme around that speed, scale, specificity, as we work through that process, you know, every step of that, like, we're if you like, lucky in one respect, and we started on the machine learning to enable us to understand, you know, the trend. How can you take core data and extrapolate that? But for example, every step of the process now, we're finding that we can leverage the AI, for example, in the research part to actually, you know, ingest more of the unstructured data and start to make sense of that. But also really important to try, and for us, it's really important to have that transparency around understanding, like, what are the key sources of each of those different insights. In terms of the insights, being able to customize it for the businesses, you know, running scenarios and the optimization. So AI just, you know, offers you the opportunity to run this at greater scale. And then in terms of the actions, you can be much more specific. So a simple example would be where, you know, you'd send out the data templates and you create the reporting. But one of the big things is we can be much more flexible on the inputs. And it's very important because the businesses don't always have the data in the format that you want. So we have a view where we kind of say, look, give us the data you have in the format that you have. Because if we try and force them into our, you know, I mean, from an efficiency point of view, it's always helpful for us to send them a fully structured data collection template. But from every one of these businesses is different. A lot of the data is on Excel sheets and from multiple different sources. So being able to take data from them in multiple different formats, and where we make sense of that and go back and clarify it, is actually a big differentiator for the business. And then, you know, when you start to analyze the data, using the AI to create the insights that come out of that. And again, it just makes it easier for us to deliver the results. If we look at our differentiators around, this data-driven quick start. So when a business comes to us, we already have a pre-populated database. So we're not starting from scratch. We can very quickly build that carbon twin. We can do it quickly. We want to get to real time. At the moment, it's a couple of weeks. And again, this minimum business effort is really important because, it's relatively easy to send out a huge data collection template, but for many businesses, they really just don't have that data. It's sitting in multiple systems. It's probably part of an extended supply chain where there's partners provide some of that data. So what we're looking to do is work with, it's a process of also refining the questions we ask them. So we're very specific around like, what are the key questions we really need to ask based on the specific product portfolio. For some products, it'll be, the energy efficiency of the grid where it's sourced. For some, the transportation will be a big driver, but which of those is most important isn't exactly the same across every product. So being able to customize that means you're much more targeted in terms of what you're looking for. And then you're able to create the twin and then the reduction in cost. Just as an example, we did this for on horticultural products, but the core database for a bunch of different products. Now, what's interesting here is the range. So every product will have a range of variability. So you understand that. But what's important is, the lowest one on this particular product, which is an orchid, has a very high carbon intensity, is much higher than a whole bunch of other products. So what you start to see is, you can have variability within a product, within like a typology, but some categories are structurally much higher or lower than others, and there's already an insight in that. The key thing is when you then take that intensity per unit, but then when you map it on the horizontal axis against the volume, so then you understand, like the orchids that we talked about earlier. If you look at Dutch horticultural production, it's very carbon intensive because it requires a high amount of heat. But actually, the volumes produced don't even register on this chart. This red one is roses. So you could spend a lot of time refining the accuracy on that, but actually, in terms of volume terms, it's not necessarily relevant. Your single biggest driver is your rose, and then you have a whole bunch of products down here. For example, like the tulips that are grown, largely outdoors, and require much lower heat intensity that are structurally much better. So when you put all that together, you're kind of getting to a point where, on two axes, customer satisfaction, low and high. There's a bunch of these products that, low satisfaction but high carbon, that you're just looking like, would you even, as you step forward a couple of years, why would you, and in a company context, why would you still focus on those products? And what we're able to do is build a picture of this, but there's key ones here where, for example, they're high customer satisfaction, or you could overlay profitability or whatever, additional metrics, but they have a low carbon footprint. And clearly, that's where you want to be balancing your portfolio towards. You may have some products that you can improve the attractiveness, and then there's some core products that reduce the carbon impact. But the really interesting insight there is, if you go think about the previous one, some products structurally are going to be very challenging to change. So you've got to decide, like, it was interesting when Carl was talking about it, the gap between the plans that people are making. But you've got to decide in your portfolio of products, do you still keep flogging this product, or how do you think about phasing it out? Because there will structurally probably only be a certain amount of mitigation or emissions reduction you can do that will mean that product is then viable. Look, results. That's, I guess, is what it's really about. In this example, we gave our data to there was almost 20 different separate teams, and we did a test running. They were across Europe designing new products, and we ran a test on designing it without the available information, just the current way to design the products, and then we provided them with the carbon profile of those products. And across every team, there was almost a 50% reduction, which is, it's like, as you start you know, you have to factor in as people start to understand the impact of different products, how that's going to impact your decision making. And that's without any necessary investment in the sense of these are the new products that they're designing for launch. They've since operationalized this. And again, back to the Scandinavian businesses, they're actually now using it as part of their product design process, where they're building the portfolio of new products based on that data. So just to kind of wrap it up or tie it back to, you know, that's where it's helping us as a business. Now, for us, it's kind of AI is integral to our business, but how do you tie it back to sustainability? Well, let's think about the you know, the speed and the scale. I mean, the one thing that struck me when we started looking at the emissions is this trajectory. Like, these are the plans. The actual trajectory is like, since we've started studying it, it really hasn't decreased. It decreased in 2008 with the financial crisis, and then we had the COVID decrease, but the trajectory is still upwards. So, you know, these are kind of interesting in terms of plans, but, you know, we need game changes. We need significant disruption in order to really actualize on these. If you were presenting these numbers to a CEO, you know, to a board of directors, they'd probably throw you out of the room, because they'd be saying, like, well, you're planning that and the actual still has not changed. Another interesting insight, which is very relevant for the business customers, is around, you know, who's driving the emissions. So we know that it's very heavily skewed towards higher income. So just to make it, you know, the top 10% driving 50% of the emissions. So, you know, that's 800 million people, and that's like pretty much everybody here, probably most people in Ireland and the EU. So that's a big chunk of people that are effectively. Now you have your outlier, you know, top 1%. Obviously, that's more, you know, that's in terms of more significant in terms of the gap that's needed. That line, by the way, is the black line is what you need to achieve per capita to achieve the Paris Climate Agreement. So that's what it really means when we say, you know, 70% reduction in emissions or an 80% reduction or net zero by 2050. It means every individual getting down, not necessarily every individual, but your per capita getting to 2.2. So it just frames the size of the challenge. To wrap up, you know, we're interested in it as well at a product level. When you map it, this is mapped to the UK on the top 10% of households. So when you look at that kind of sector data, you know, the transport, so you know, we see it at a sector data, or we see it at, you know, a city level. But what it really makes a difference is, you know, when you look at that top income decile, the top 10% of households, it's about 2.5 million households in the UK that have this huge footprint. Again, and skews, because as you have more income, you tend to spend it on higher carbon activities. But you know, the work that Vinny was doing, and you know, Brian this morning, Caulfield was talking. You know, this is where it really matters in terms of how much actually fuel you put into your car or spending on it. And also that line again, when you translate it back to the 2.2 tons. A couple of people have mentioned the embodied carbon, but if you look at the embodied carbon of your electric vehicle, 10, 15 tons, and you annualize that, you know, that could be 1.5 tons of your annual budget per year. It's just the purchase of that car before it's even left the driveway. So, you know, the challenge is, how do you find these better transportation options that like drive that down at an individual level? The home changes, the diet changes. So, you know, at an individual level, you're trying to optimize these different things. But now the flip side of this too is the opportunity, because you know, Vinny will have a view, or Brian will have a view in terms of the amount of private cars that are sold. But the carbon economics of it are pretty tough in terms of you know, making it work for the same number of private cars. But the opportunity is, what happens if people can't spend, or don't spend, or choose not to spend 30 or 40,000 euros on a car? Like, what is the alternative for them to spend it on? So the flip side of all of these at a competitive level is, you know, where is the opportunity for us to create new offers? And then to finalize, we talked yesterday with IBM. They talked about the CSRD this is incredible if you look at the detail of the level of reporting required. So 50,000 of the largest companies, it's going to be done in tranches, reporting for FY 2024. So all of this data is going to start to become available. So you've got this challenge now of how do you even measure this at speed and at scale, and with the right degree of specificity. So just to wrap up, I think I've talked a bit about those, but I think tying it back to, they're almost like the analytical components, and AI helps us with those parts. But I think the human comparison, it was interesting, Joan, your conversation or your talk this morning. I think there's a very human element around, the trust, like who is going to be the trusted, the trusted advisor to a household or a business in terms of, what is the carbon impact of the decisions they're making, and what are the better decisions to make. And actually, I think again, this is why it was quite inspirational this morning. I think is this very human element of the imagination. If you go back to that, map of a household around X number of 2.2 cars or whatever number of cars, X number of flights, the diet, like, is it possible? Like, do we have the imagination to, and with the, I guess with the data that we can get to just reimagine that? And because the key thing is it's actually quite discretionary. If you look, like that trajectory is not set in stone. It's actually made up of decisions that are made every day. Most of those costs are actually discretionary costs. And you could argue, like, is it discretionary that you use or don't use your car? But to a certain extent, it is discretionary. So I would just leave with that final point that I think it's critical for us as a business, it's critical for sustainability, but we, yes, need these human elements around the trust and the imagination. That's it.
There's time for one question. Yeah, John, straight on.
Yeah, I'm really excited because for me, it comes down to product choices. And my dream, and I've been saying this for a couple of years, my dream is to go into the supermarket and shop by aisle that is color coded green, amber, and red, by understanding the product carbon emissions on a product level, because it's discretionary. I was in London last week and apologize for flying, and all the menus, everything has a number of calories on it, and you suddenly that awareness, and you make a different choice. Your habits change every single time when you've got that level of awareness. I am so over gamification. I'll be honest with you. I was judging the Impact Ventures Awards recently, and I said, I swear to God, if someone else gives me one more pitch on sustainability around gamification, I'm sorry. When did your financial audit become a game? When did doing your tax return become a game? You do it because it's the right thing to do. It is what it is. So I don't want games. I don't want tricks. I don't want jokes. I want to know what the carbon footprint is, the emissions on these products. And I want to come out at the supermarket that says, my shopping bill this week was 80% from the green aisle. And I appreciate that I will buy some products in the red because I don't have a substitutable one for them. But if we're talking about companies and strategy, and everyone says, follow the money, hitting companies with penalties and fines for not hitting their targets goes so far. And they do buyouts and we plant some trees. And I'm going, bullshit, you don't change the behavior. But when I stop buying your product, when I just walk away going, not buying it, and I swear to God, nothing says I hate you now, apparently, like a bunch of fucking roses. So, well, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm leaving them on a grave because we're all dead now. Yeah, no, so I actually think that when people get empowered with that information, they make choices. We all do it all the time. We look at a label, we look at the price. We look at a label, we look at the number of calories per 100 gram on that yogurt versus this one. I just want to look at the green label and say, I want to shop this way. And I think that will genuinely be a game changer in people's behavior. So once you get that in the hands of some of the big FMCG brands, it's an easier choice for me to make those discretionary decisions every time I walk in the door of Lidl than it is for me to say, I have to make an investment to change my freaking car this year. Am I ready to go electric? I am sorry, I have a petrol hybrid, but it is a hybrid at least. But I won't be making that car change choice for quite a number of years. This I can do tomorrow. I think it's pretty cool, so thank you.
So we're down to the last presentation. So for the last, so to wrap up the fourth John McCarthy AI Summer School, I'm delighted to have one of our key sponsors for this year. The Dogpatch Labs team are here from Dublin, and they have been involved in setting up the AI Sustainability Accelerator. So that's all. The talk is going to be around leveraging AI in the 2050 Sustainability Accelerator. So we have Ashley Shack here from Dogpatch Labs team. I know Dave Power and Elizabeth are joining online. I hope they are, yeah. They said they were. And then we also have here in person as well, all the ways from Germany as well, is Julian. So welcome, Julian. Nice to have you here. So Ashley, if you can talk first, and then you can bring Julian in to do his presentation, and we'll let you guys wrap up the summer school. Okay, over to you.
Well, firstly, thank you everyone for being inside today when I know the weather's so great outside. It's painful to sit inside, I guess, for hours and listen to AI, so I really appreciate it. I also heard there's a lot of people actually calling in, maybe Dave and Liz. So shout out, especially if you're at the beach right now calling in. I'm jealous. But my name's Ashley. I work at Dogpatch Labs, Ireland's largest startup incubator. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're seeing at Dogpatch, some innovations in sustainability, with startups really leveraging AI. And so today I want to talk specifically about one of the startups on our program. They're called EIO Diagnostics. And they're working with Kerry Dairy, so a local company, and trying to use AI to innovate and improve herd health, essentially. And this is to reduce the Scope 3 emissions of the 3,000 dairy farmers in the Dingle Peninsula. So it's a homegrown story, which I'm sure you guys will all appreciate. But before we started talking about that, I also want to introduce the accelerator. White button, right? White one?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so actually a little bit about me first. So despite working for Ireland's largest startup incubator, I actually don't have an entrepreneurial background myself. Big gasp. I am academically trained as a development practitioner. So that means I've spent a lot of time in the nonprofit world, academia. I've worked for nonprofits, NGOs, and most recently in the UN system. So I come from a sustainability background in the hard sciences, the fun stuff like climate change and marine sciences. Then I kind of made that segue into corporate sustainability because that's where the money is and the fun. And I most recently worked with the UN running several sustainability accelerators. So we were helping corporate giants, the big and the bad ones, really help them align themselves with the Sustainable Development Goals. So I saw that on your presentation earlier, the SDGs. So I think everyone here knows what those look like. So yeah, I was helping them out with that. And now I'm doing something very similar at Dogpatch. So at Dogpatch, we really understand the urgency of the climate crisis and how innovation and collaboration is really going to help us solve it. So we've created a program through 2050 focused on delivering impact and collaboration through all the different parts of the ecosystem. That's industry, academia, government, and the startup community. And we really want to leverage the small size of Ireland and the interconnectedness here, the existing ecosystem, to leverage that for sustainability. And so I came down on the train this morning from Dublin with Julian, and I turned to him and I was like, Minister of State from the Green Party, Ossian Smith, is sitting next to us. And Julian's like, that means nothing to me. But I was like, he was actually in the press release for our 2050 accelerator. Like, what are the chances? And I realized it's Ireland, you know, the chances are probably very high. You're going to be sitting next to someone famous. So the 2050 Accelerator launched in May of this year. Our goal is to bring global talent here to Ireland to help them scale globally and contribute to decarbonization goals. And we're really excited about what we've found so far. There's a great demand for this type of program. We've had thousands of great candidates apply to this accelerator. And you're all very lucky today. You get to hear from one successful one, Julian from Carbon Stack. Why 2050? We want to make Ireland a leading platform for sustainability innovation. We want to be the country that startups around the world think of when they say, we want to collaborate with a research institution or an industry giant. We want them to come here and we want to give them the support to do that. Actually, usually when I start this presentation, I take like a temperature check. Who here knows what an accelerator is, actually? Okay, that's actually pretty high. That makes my job pretty easy. I've gotten pretty good at giving the spiel to family members at Christmas time, when we say I run an accelerator. But, it's luckily pretty self-explanatory. Accelerators really help accelerate the growth and the success of startups. And so what we do at Dogpatch is we leverage accelerators to help big corporates and small startups really work together. We help the big corporates think and act like an agile startup. And then we give startups access to a global customer base or resources that they might not have with a small company. And they really play a key role in the innovation ecosystem. So accelerators attract talent, which is what we've done. You can see right here, we've attracted Julian from Germany. They help drive innovation. And most importantly, they encourage collaboration. They really serve as the center of gravity to bring this innovation ecosystem together. Through the 2050 Accelerator, we offer startups access to funding, we offer them markets, and we also offer them access to national assets, since we do work with a couple semi-states here. How it works is we've recruited 12 startups from that huge, impressive pool of sustainability-based startups. We've had them in Dublin for 3 in-person core phase weeks. The 3rd and final one is about to start this Sunday. And then they have a 3-month pilot phase. And what's different about our accelerator is we're really focused on helping these startups have pilots with their corporate partners. That's really how we want to achieve impact. We're not just teaching them how to start up. Most of them are late stage. They know how to start up. They know how to pitch. They can make a pretty deck. We want to help them work and find a route to market with these big corporate partners. So these are our corporate partners. We have Quilcha, they're Ireland's semi-state agency. We have Kerry, the global leader of sustainable nutrition. And we have ESB, Ireland's leading energy supplier. So all 3 of these corporate partners, before we started the accelerator, outlined different focus areas of sustainability that they wanted to achieve through this accelerator. We then went out into the world and we found different startups that matched up with these different focus areas, and we brought them together, and now the magic is happening. This year is our cohort. I'm very proud and happy with the cohort that we have recruited. They're very diverse. They come from 7 different countries from around the world, so that's not just Europe. We have founders coming from Mexico, from Canada, from the United States, and then the UK and the rest of Europe. We have a quarter of them are women founders, and what's also unique about this accelerator, and probably because it is focused on climate change, is it's a great mix of both software and hardware solutions. So a lot of our accelerators like NDRC are really focused on software, but because this is climate change related, a lot of it's science-based, there is a lot of hardware solutions there. So for instance, we have a lot of CDR, or carbon dioxide removal. So that's going to be, their technology put in wastewater plants or put out on farms. We also have little sensors that are put in farms to measure pollinator activity, to see how the biodiversity levels are. So those are some really exciting solutions we've been seeing. And so I mentioned earlier, we are seeing firsthand through this accelerator what startups are doing and how they're leveraging advancements in AI recently for solving the climate crisis. So I would really love to talk about all 12 of those shining faces on there, but unfortunately I can only talk about one. Luckily you will hear Julian later, so you do get a kind of 2-for-1 deal, basically. But what I want to do first is introduce Tamara Lee. So she is the co-founder and the CEO of EIO Diagnostics. So she's working with Kerry Dairy, like I said, to advance on-farm innovation to improve herd health. And what I love about Tamara is she's unique as a founder, as she has a very empathetic approach to innovation. And that might sound very straightforward, but to be honest, that's not something you find in every founder. She develops a solution taking into account not just the welfare of the animals she's working with, but also the farm laborers who's going to be using the product. She's really a beacon of what I would call inclusive innovation, which is, you all probably know, is going to be really important when we're talking about AI. So what does EIO do? Does anyone here actually know what mastitis is? Okay, a few. I was going to say most people, including myself, don't know what it is, but we are in Kerry. I'm sure there's some farmers maybe in the room, or farmer adjacent people. Farmer adjacent or farmer?
Born on a farm.
Born on a farm. There you go. Or we might even have some women who are breastfeeding actually in this room, so they know what it is. You don't have to raise your hand for that. But Mastitis is an inflammatory infection of the mammary gland, or in the case of cows, the udder. And so it's the most persistent and costly dairy health issue. It's the #1 contributor to losses in the dairy industry. And that's because of reduced yield from cows or reduced milk quality. So in the States, Tamara has told me that mastitis costs $240 per cow. And that's whether or not they're sick with mastitis. It also leads to a 20% individual production loss for the cow, and then a 10% annual farm production loss. And the worst, scariest number that we're really focused on is it can end up with 6% increase in greenhouse gas emissions. I'm sure a lot of you guys know that cows fart, and all those emissions are really bad, right, for the earth. But it turns out that an unhealthy cow actually does those things more. So a healthier cow means less emissions, essentially. So how does this work? I'm going to have to bring my notes up for this because Tamara is actually the expert in AI. And she told me what was the most impressive about her udder health system. So udder health uses infrared imaging, as you can see there, and AI to help detect early indicators of the infection, such as heat. So maybe if you have an infection, let's say in your finger or somewhere, it gets hot. So that's an example of it. It's a computer vision solution that leverages the strength of AI in pattern recognition and anomaly detection to be able to find those early indicators. So the system works by having a camera installed on a rotary parlor. So I know in the States, they milk cows a little differently on a rotary parlor. She said it's a lot like a cow carousel. They just go in and they spin around. So a lot of her research here in Ireland is making sure that that solution can be used here in a parallel or herringbone, as I'm told it's called, milking situation. But basically, the cow or the camera sits underneath the cows whiz on through, and then the thermal heat map here, pictures taken, it's linked up to the cow's RFID tag, and from there it's sent to a real-time farm system. And what's really great about this is that the farm laborers are then able to get the results on their phone or whatever system they're using, and they can in real time go out and see what cow needs to be treated. We no longer have to do blanket antibiotic applications just because one cow out there has mastitis. It can really be targeted. So like I said, what's really great about this solution actually, EIO Diagnostics, is it's a really holistic view of sustainability. And this is especially something I support as a background, maybe not coming from a heavy tech background, but this holistic view. So EIO utilizes AI to automate this detection, not just because it's good for cows and healthier cows means less emissions, but it's also good for the society and therefore our planet. You can see here, these are the 4 SDGs that EIO Diagnostics really focuses on addressing through their solution. Healthier cows, of course, means less emissions, but it also means less antibiotic resistance or antimicrobial resistance, which plays a really big role in SDG 3, good health and well-being. But most importantly, and something I think is very important, is it improves working conditions for farm laborers. And like I said before, when Tamara comes up with a solution, when she's working with EIO, she's not just looking to maximize the yields of these cows for profits. She's really looking to improve the lives of the workers who are really forced to manually check each cow every day for mastitis.
You got about 2 minutes.
Okay, almost done. So, like I said, Tamara, great founder, even better person. She has this quote here, and she said, "Farmers don't need to be convinced about the power of AI and ML. They're natural innovators and understand the power of data." So a lot of industries, have take up of technologies at different speeds, but it's been shown that dairies have a great history of picking up automation and innovating in the space. The modern farm is a data factory, and it's a perfect place for an AI solution to improve society. So what have we found basically through the 2050 accelerator so far? So these advancements in AI, first of all, more democratized solutions. And that's what we're seeing here, especially with EIO. Tamara was an ex-farmer, and she saw there were a lot of issues with mastitis on the farm. With new machine learning models, we actually don't need, like myself, to be a coder. We don't need to be a software engineer or data analyst. Anyone can use them. And therefore, it becomes more efficient. I don't think I have to tell anyone in this room how much more efficient AI makes you. I think a great example is Tamara saying that these farmers, now that they don't have to manually check each cow for mastitis, which is often said is the worst and most dangerous job on the farm with the cows, instead they can be doing other things. They don't have to employ as many people, or these people can be working on other farm jobs. And lastly, more accurate. Again, I don't have to emphasize this to anyone in the room. An increase in accuracy from 95 to 98% is great in any industry, but especially in one that's trying to come up with solutions to combat climate change. So thank you everyone again for coming to listen to this. One last thing, we are having our showcase day actually for our 2050 Accelerator this Wednesday. So if anyone is up in Dublin and wants to come, let me know. My email is here, ashley@dogpatchlabs.com. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn. It is invite only, but everyone here, because they've come and seen me in person, are now my best friend in the kingdom. So I'm also here after so we can chat about this. Thank you. Yes, and actually, I've said it many times, but I'd like to introduce Julian Kakarod from Carbon Stack, CEO and founder, all the way from Germany. Let's give it up for Julian.
Any questions for Ashley, or?
I'll let you take them, Julian.
Take them to the check mark at the end, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Sorry for the coffee. I was traveling the last 2 days and I'm kind of tired because of that. But basically, I'm very happy that I can be here in Ireland. And actually, I think we talked first in May, May or April, I don't know. And actually, we were talking about the work we have done in Germany so far. And basically, we are trying to bring that to Ireland now. And I would just like to give you a little bit of context and what we're working on, and basically the fundamentals of what we do. So yeah, the title is basically climate protection for generations, and it's basically the topic in forestry in general, right? Because you plant a tree today and it takes like at least 30 years to actually have some kind of forest, and probably even longer. So it's always about thinking about the next generation. And we develop especially carbon credit projects in nature-based solutions. And I'm often asked about, why should we invest into carbon credits at the moment, especially in the nature-based side? And I always like to show this slide and tell you about like a little bit about the climate goals that we actually have. And when you think about it, I think this was the first year where we actually exceeded it on some days the 1.5 degrees temperature target. And we're going to exceed that consistently until 2027. And so the real question is, how do we get actually back to 1.5 degrees later in the century? Because I hate to break it to you, but we're not going to, achieve the 1.5 degrees target only by reducing emissions. And so for me, always a very decisive question is what happens after 2050? So what happens in 2051? And so on the one hand, Noam Carbon talked a little bit about this, which is basically flatten the curve. So reduce emissions as quickly as possible. You still know that from COVID a little bit. And we try to, obviously, a lot of companies try to reduce emissions as quickly as possible. You try to switch to renewable energies and everything that is basically possible. But nevertheless, you will exceed that 1.5 degrees. And so for us, the main question is, how do you get back to actually to achieve your goal? And obviously, there's a lot of, science involved and tipping points and so on, and we can't model everything. But basically, the goal for us is to think ahead and think about what happens in 2051. And when companies focus on reducing emissions and then say, hey, I'm going to compensate my emissions later, I always tell them, hey, if you invest in a forestry project today, it's going to last at least 30 years, and then it's going to be 2053, and you already missed your net zero goal. So basically, you have to invest today in ecosystems to actually get this negative peak. But it's looking bad actually for ecosystems in Europe. So we do see 15% of ecosystems really critically endangered and 58% endangered in general. And there's a statistic in Germany actually that was renewed in 2022 that every 5th tree in Germany is actually healthy. So the rest of them has some kind of issue. And so that's a real problem that we see. There's actually one of our afforestation sites. In Germany, you have roughly 500,000 hectares that look just like this. And the main reason for that is that the spruce monoculture is dying because of the effects of climate change. And if you put that in a perspective, I think Wiltshire has roughly 440,000 hectares under management. And so in Germany, you have 500,000 hectares that look just like this. And so it's really dramatic. And what we're trying to figure out basically is what kind of tree species should we plant on those locations, and how do we maximize biodiversity, carbon uptake, and so on. So what's the challenge? So when you look at forestry, what you usually do is you use yield curve methods or econometric equations, and you basically look into the past and you try to figure out, like, how do trees grow in this how do tree species grow in this location, and you basically extrapolate that into the future, and you say, okay, this worked in the past, and so this is going to be the growth in the future. And that worked very fine for decades or centuries. But the problem is with climate change, you don't really know what the environment will be in the future, and you don't really know if your assumptions are correct in 30 years or 60 years and so on. And to make a mistake now is very costly, because you do the afforestation now, then your culture might die in the future, and then you have to do the afforestation again. And so that's very difficult. I heard, like, a few days ago, you probably heard about the wildfires and all the floods in Greece. And somebody said, the climate in Greece is now comparable to Southeast Asia. And so, these kind of changes are very tricky. And so with this basically models, you have the problem, it's not adjusted to climate change. If you introduce new tree species, you don't have any data on them, or, not very high quality one. And if you want to actually figure out what kind of tree species to plant on a certain location, you can put a lot of effort into that, and you can probably figure that out pretty well. But the problem is that then scalable over the entire country or the entire continent? And that's what we're working on, right? That's what we are trying to help. We gather a lot of data. So we gather a lot of weather data, especially from public sources. We also gather soil data from various sources, and we gather remote sensing data. We talked extensively today, I think, about how to analyze remote sensing data and so on. And so I'm going to skip the technical part, but just give you a little bit of context when it comes to carbon credit projects. So this is a satellite image, and I think you don't see a lot because that's like a Sentinel-2 image from ESA. And this is like the standard type of image that a lot of projects use to actually analyze forest areas. And we, to some extent, do this too, to get a first look, but it's very hard to actually get a good picture of the site. And the resolution of one pixel here is roughly 10 meters. And we use these images mainly from Airbus with a corporation, and these are very high resolution images. We have 30 centimeters in resolution, and this is actually like the afforestation site I showed you earlier. And so you do see that we planted, those trees here. You see the lines, and we can actually control what happened on the ground, and we can also see has there been any activity prior to the project, what's new, what has been done in the past, and so on. It gives you a lot of insight. You can also look at different spectrums of light. Again, I'm not going to go into the technical details, but the key here is you can actually monitor the photosynthesis activity on the ground with satellite images, and you get a better feel for how does the site actually perform, and you can do that over the years from year to year. So when you look at this process, if you look at carbon crediting projects, and we have been part in a few now, especially for the bigger ones, you do have quite a lot of activities that have to happen before the project actually starts. And from our experience, it can take 1 or 2 years before the project actually starts, because you get a lot of data and you have to make sure that your project is compliant with all the international standards and so on and so on. And basically what we can do is we can automatically detect now damaged areas and figure out, like, what are the best locations to actually do afforestation or reforestation. And we can validate the success of the measures. As I showed you before, we can actually look at what has the forest owner done without necessarily visiting the site. And eventually, obviously, from year to year, you can use those satellite images to then track the progress. But all of this doesn't solve the problem. Like, what kind of tree species should you plant? And so what we have been working on, and we are building this on actually decades of research, and we collaborate with universities, are process-based forest models. So basically what we do is, like I said, we gather a lot of weather data. So we gather, radiation, precipitation, CO2 concentration, and so on. And we actually look at how does that weather impact the existing trees and the soil. And so basically we look at daily data, and we look at that over the last 30 years or so. And then we look at projections from climate models and look at, okay, how does that actually impact a certain site? And so you can look at, for instance, just a simple example. But for instance, you can look at, how much water does the soil uptake or actually get, how much of that is intercepted by the tree and so on. And then you can model the interaction between the tree and the soil. So how much water is in the soil, what is available to the tree, what's the competition between different tree species. We also model every single tree species. Every species has roughly 80 parameters. And so we try to get as close as possible to the reality, obviously. And then you also have the cycle back, which is then litter, which, goes back into the soil, and then the tree can uptake that with nitrate later. And all of that, we do all of that basically to figure out how does the photosynthesis process actually look like. And does the tree, for instance, have enough water to actually perform at its optimal level? And what would be the optimal level, and is that maybe only achieved on a certain location, and so on. And we do that. Basically, this is a big change compared to past models, because you don't look at what has been happening in the past, but you actually look at what could happen if the climate changes, and you can always basically vary this input parameter and basically say, okay, what happens if we have I don't know, 5 dry summers in a row? What happens to my population? And that's a big step forward. And so basically we look at that through the entire year. So we always look at the entire cycle. And like I said, we use daily input data, and then the output is on a yearly basis. So we look at the net primary production, for instance, on a yearly basis. We can basically predict how much a stem will grow in size over the year. And we can simulate that, as mentioned, in different climate scenarios. And then obviously we can't predict which climate scenario will be the right one, but at least we can look at the risk and basically determine, okay, if you do have a 1.5 degrees future, if you do have a 3 degrees future, what will happen to your population? And we can scale that. Basically, if you have an overall strategy, we can scale that down to every single hectare. And then, how do we combine that? Basically, we use that as a feedback loop, because the model obviously doesn't have any input from, for instance, human activity besides plant management techniques. And so you look at these images on a yearly basis, and then you look at the model output, and you basically have a feedback loop where you can compare what's the output of the model and what do you see in reality. And you can do most of that without any site visits. And that's basically then the whole system. And so what we do with that is 3 things at the moment. We do forest planning. So when it comes to afforestation, reforestation sites, we do forest monitoring. So when it comes to analyzing existing forests, and as mentioned, we originate from carbon crediting projects. So that's our core, really. We've piloted with 186 hectares in Germany, actually, when we have done this. And we've planted roughly 300,000 trees. We analyzed 1.5 million. And now we do have a pipeline of projects with a 5-digit number of hectares that are actively in the pipeline and that are going to start this fall and in the spring. And I really hope that we can, flatten the curve and bring us back to 1.5 degrees in the future. And we hope that we can be a part of that. Thanks.
Is anybody any question for Julian or Ashley? We'll just take one. Yeah.
Is there a trade-off to be made between the power of carbon sequestration and something like thicker spruce is fast growing and grows 11.5 months of the year in a temperate climate versus maybe a broadleaf is much better for species diversity? You factor that in?
Obviously, there's a trade-off, yeah. What we do factor in especially is the interaction between the trees. So we do look at basically the model. The way it works is basically look at different cohorts of different species, different heights, different ages, and so on, and then looks at the interaction of those. And so we can model competition, basically. For instance, how do they compete for light, for instance, like one grows faster, you have a shadow, and then you look at the different trees. You also look at the different soil layers. So which one has, roots in a certain layer, and how do those behave? And so it could be that one species, if it's a monoculture, it will die. But then if you have the basic competition, it does better because it has beneficial effects from other species. So we try to optimize for the perfect mix, which is quite a tough task to do. But obviously also the forest owner that has special interests. So it might be in a carbon crediting project, you might have, you want to maximize for carbon. or you might want to be very risk averse and try to maximize for, you know, survivability in a very strong climate scenario, something like that. So then it comes down to the strategy, basically. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Michael. Great question. The last question to Joe. Start today's conference.
Potential collaborators metrics. And I'm not sure actually if you would necessarily know them, but they've been around for about, gosh, they're based in Cork and Keene. They've been around for what, 15 years? As long as I've been in tech, they've been around for the last 15 years. They've been looking at forestry, forest wellness, using everything from European Space Agency, LiDAR technology, measuring forestry wellness. They are working with forests all over America, Canada. I know some African countries, I know definitely Congo, but well worth probably reaching out at some point. As I say, I haven't figured out yet whether or not you're competitors or potentially collaborators, but
Yeah, there's a definite, like, I was talking about the recruitment process today, there's a definite like balance of the size of startup and like how far along they were, you know, because the whole thing about accelerators, the startup has to be small enough to be able to really leverage the resources. And say filter something. They seem like they're pretty well established right in global already.
oh yeah, they don't need an accelerator.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is you might need them.
Yeah. So we
Might help
Yeah.
you.
we'll do it on the eye of all. We'll make a connection. We'll make the connection. Thanks, Julian. Good service. So apologies, we ran over a little bit. I just want to wrap up just with a couple of kind of thank yous, and it would be unfair not to. So I suppose first of all, I just want to thank all the stakeholders and sponsors who've been involved. They're all listed there at the bottom of the screen. They have been throughout the 2 days. So hopefully that's given all those stakeholders the recognition they deserve. So Microsoft, Munster Technological University, DAP Research Centre, A Ireland, South Kerry Skillnet, Tangent Centre in Dublin, in Trinity College Dublin, IT Cork Skillnet, and the last group you've heard talk there, Ashley, from the 2050 Accelerator. So thanks for all the support. It's really much appreciated. And obviously Fexco, who's put together this building as well. Amazing. We wouldn't be able to do it without you. I suppose I want to thank my own team here in the RDI Hub for all the work they've done. I really want to thank the two operations people in the back. I said at the very start yesterday, if you don't see Garrod or you don't see Fanula, you know that they're doing a really good job. And they have done an amazing job, because it's a big challenge to have 20 people presenting over 2.5 days, with people online, people here in the room and stuff like that. So it is an amazing job. Really want to call out Kerry as well, and calling our PR and marketing lady. I mean, Kerry's been the person kind of driving, you know, promoting the event, getting our registrations up, and she'll do an amazing job post the event as well in terms of documenting all the stuff we do. So really want to thank Kerry. You know, thanks to Megan and Garrod and Christine, who were helping out with you know, registration coming in the mornings and helping people around the hub and stuff like that, and also to Niall and Maeve. So look, in the RDI Hub, we always say it's a one-team effort. We're not individuals, we're all one team working together. But I really do want to give the four guys in the back there a round of applause. I suppose finally, look, there'd be no event without people attending. So look, you know, we've had over 280, 290 registrations. Everyone that's registered will get, you know, the videos of the event, the recordings next week and stuff like that. So that's really, really important. I think, Kerry, you're going to do maybe a survey just if people have any feedback. We'll get that out as well, just to see if there's any feedback that people have. I mean, we've changed the summer school based on people's feedback. As I said, like last year, it was very much academic day one, apply day two. This year we've mixed it together. So I suppose be anxious to know how that worked. I mean, the other thing which we really want is we want people to give us feedback on what you think the thematic should be next year. You know, we did sustainability this year. We've done we've done wellness 2 years ago. We did tourism last year. So any ideas on what the thematic should be, just let us know. I mean, I've had one request already, just been open and transparent about could we do it around AI for manufacturing, and we're delighted to do it on AI for manufacturing, given the money amount, the number of SMAP manufacturing companies here in Kerry. So that might be the thematic, but you let us know and in the feedback loop, and we'd be delighted to do that. So I suppose the final thing is we have lunch upstairs. So I know it's a really warm day and everybody probably wants to hit to the seaside and get out and see the beautiful scenery here in Kerry. But if you're willing to stay around for 10 or 15 minutes and you want to grab, go ahead, Kerry. Yeah. Yeah, so that's I'll leave the last word to Kerry. That's the last ask. And as I said, anybody who wants to go upstairs, Megan, will you bring people up for lunch? Yeah. Listen, thanks again for coming here. Thanks to everybody who's been online. It was a truly hybrid event, and hopefully you took some insight and you took some information from it. And thanks to everyone who spoke over the last 2 days. It was just amazing insights. To everyone, really, really good work. Thanks a lot. Cheers.